Chapter 5246. That's right. Guangqingzi said. That's not necessarily true. You're the host of the world's will. You're only in the growth stage now. Lin Ling nodded. He also knew that the power of the world's will was very strong. For example, his power of belief could cut through everything with faith. This was an advantage. The battle seems to have subsided, but be careful of their sudden attack. That's the most terrifying thing. Guangqingzi suddenly said. Lin Ling hurriedly flew forward. He couldn't wait to leave this wasteland immediately. The wasteland gradually regained its tranquility. Lin Ling moved forward alone, and a strange feeling rose in his heart. He came from Wuxia, practiced martial arts in the ancient Yen sect, dominated the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, controlled the rainforest's sacred land, and then went to the 9 prefectures void of the divine world. Finally, he arrived at the Dao Pagoda. It was as if he had always been fighting alone, even now. The strange thing is that I can't feel any loneliness. On the contrary, I have some expectations and an impulse. Lin Ling looked up at the sky with a smile on his face. He guessed that he was used to it. As for my life's trajectory, although there were 9 deaths and 1 chance of survival, most of them were daunting but not dangerous. The biggest danger was the trip to the underworld. I felt that there was a big hand in the unseen world that was controlling my life. Lin Ling said again. He didn't know why, but the closer the battle was, the calmer his heart was. It was so calm that he could hear a strange voice, like the voice of the Dao Pagoda's universe. Lin Ling, in fact, it's not just you. The key figures of every universe are the same as you. For example, the 9 stars of the universe, the host of the world's will, and the owner of the square prison. Their lives were also filled with endless battles, and they were only able to reach their current heights in the end. You are not the only one. When you reach the peak of the universe, you will eventually face each other. Whoever is stronger will be able to persist to the end. Guangqingzi's voice came. Yes, I'm not the only one with good luck. Lin Ling nodded and thought of the experts he had met, and even more of Ning Qingxin and the others. All right, I have a feeling that they're catching up. At this time, Lin Ling stopped flying and floated down to the ground. He had a feeling that he had been locked on by several experts. Since he couldn't escape, he could only fight head-on. I wonder how Senior Sister and the others are doing. However, since the leader is coming for me, there shouldn't be much pressure on their side. For now, it's better to take care of myself. Lin Ling's mind instantly churned with several thoughts. Then he adjusted his condition to the best. At the same time, there was a fluctuation in the sky, and a figure arrived silently. This person was from the Silver Moon clan, and he had the strength of a middle-stage universe giant god. Lin Ling, I've caught up with you. He looked very old, but he was still vigorous. Next, another figure appeared. It was Wanhua. Next was the 9 conch race, the rotten race. Although only one of these people came, they were all very strong. They seemed to be leaders. Lin Ling, do you think you can escape? When a young man appeared, everyone started laughing. This young man was young Master Wu. He was one of the top 100 on the 6th floor, and he was even stronger than Yin Chuangyu. Of course, the most terrifying one was a silver-haired old man. Although he was the last to arrive, a powerful aura descended. The Chu family head. You are Lin Ling. He looked coldly at Lin Ling. There were a total of 6 people. Although there weren't many of them, they were all leaders of their respective races. Even without the 6 of them, the silver-haired old man alone was enough to suppress Lin Ling. As for young Master Wu, he was stronger than Lin Ling. Instead of saying that you have caught up with me, it's better to say that I've been waiting for you. Lin Ling stared at everyone. Everyone's expression froze. They thought that they had caught up with Lin Ling. Now that Lin Ling said this, they were somewhat unhappy. After all, they were all big shots who could easily dominate life. They didn't like to be controlled by insignificant ants. You are very stubborn. The old man from the Silver Moon race said coldly. The Silver Moon race sent a piece of trash like you? Lin Ling looked at the old man from the Silver Moon race and said, Didn't Yin Chuangyu's death make you smarter? You are just a saint. How dare you be so presumptuous? The old man from the Silver Moon race shouted angrily. Do you dare to swear a blood oath on whether you killed Yin Chuangyu? In his opinion, a saint giant universe god like Lin Ling couldn't have killed Yin Chuangyu. Someone must have helped him. No matter how powerful a saint is, it's impossible for him to kill Yin Chuangyu. Wan Hu and the others nodded. Yin Chuangyu wasn't an ordinary deity, but one of the top 100. How could they believe Lin Ling? Lin Ling sneered and didn't explain. Instead, he looked at young Master Wu. He knew that young Master Wu knew his strength. Surprisingly, young Master Wu didn't explain anything. Instead, he looked coldly at Lin Ling. It was obvious that young Master Wu wasn't on the same side as them. They just had the same goal. Elder Chu, what do you think? Young Master Wu looked at the silver-haired old man and asked. The silver-haired old man didn't say anything. He was still looking at Lin Ling. His eyes suddenly turned dark. It was a little strange, but it was as though he could see through Lin Ling. He sensed waves of powerful energy from Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling is just a saint with some ability. Being chased by us, the chance of him escaping is 1 in 10,000. He said indifferently. He didn't mention Lin Ling's hidden strength. Instead, he said that Lin Ling was only slightly stronger than an ordinary saint. This silver-haired old man obviously had other thoughts. After all, he only met the Silver Moon race by chance. There was no need to remind them. On the contrary, he wanted to take Lin Ling for himself. He knew that if he gave Lin Ling to the 3 divine sects of White Mountain, he would be rewarded handsomely. Young Master Wu sneered. He also had the same idea. Lin Ling, this delicious piece of meat, should be monopolized by him and Elder Chu. We already know his strength. Elder Chu, do you want to attack? The rotten race god said coldly. He seemed to be unable to hold back. You guys attack first. I'll take care of the rear. Elder Chu said indifferently. But the rotten race god didn't hesitate. His divine power erupted as the 5 realms universe was activated. A pool of decay appeared above his head. It kept circling and emitting a terrifying power. Seeing this, the leaders of the 9 Conch race, Silver Moon race, and 9 Conch race all unleashed their strength. It was unknown what method Wanao used, but in front of Lin Ling, a huge starfish appeared. This was a black starfish, and its surface was filled with strange eyes. It was very terrifying. These eyes looked at Lin Ling as though they had frozen the time around Lin Ling. The leader of the 9 Conch race raised his hand, and a strange conch appeared. He placed it by his mouth and blew it. At the same time, a large amount of seawater poured down like a waterfall above Lin Ling's head. The Silver Moon race god had transformed into a giant. He held a huge crescent blade in his hand and wanted to cut Lin Ling into pieces. The 4 leaders' attacks were like the dance of gods and demons. The moment they attacked, divine power surged, causing a large number of dragon stones to appear around them. The great world's ancestral dragon had arrived. Chapter 5247. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. These people are all at the peak of the middle stage universe giant god realm. Lin Ling narrowed his eyes. He knew that the battle was about to begin. He fused his innate talents, and the Pangu true body burst out. At the same time, the 4-realm universe appeared on the surface of his body. Rumble. At the same time, the starfish's eyes froze the time around Lin Ling. This divine light was very powerful and had the ability to resist the great laws of the Tao Pagoda. A battle between gods doesn't rely on the collision of divine energy. Other methods are also very important, such as the power of the universe. Lin Ling, let this old man teach you a lesson. The old man who controlled the huge starfish said coldly. Break for me. However, Lin Ling roared. The 4-realm universe ignored the laws of time freezing. He moved and then accelerated, rushing out. What's going on? The old man's expression changed. Die for me, universe god ocean. However, just as Lin Ling rushed out, the 9 Conch clan's god ocean arrived. A sacred song sounded, gentle and distant, accompanied by the sound of waves. It was like an old sailor's ship in the ancient sea. Seed. At the same time, Old Chu narrowed his eyes. He knew that the god ocean had rushed out from the sea seed, and this sea was the foundation of the 9 conch clans' attack. It was extremely powerful. Bang! It was as if the seawater of millions of universes had gathered and smashed down. With the first hit, Lin Ling's body sank. The tyrannical song in his hand was almost unstable, and the clothes on his back were also shattered. Lin Ling, how can my god ocean be blocked by you? The leader of the 9 conch clans said coldly. Then he blew the horn in his hand again, as if summoning countless sailors to conquer the god ocean. The impact of the ocean is extraordinarily powerful. It has already reached 3 trillion units of godly force. Young Master Wu said with a frown. Old Chu nodded, but he also said, however, I see that the power in Lin Ling's body is strange. He shouldn't die so easily. Bang. Indeed, Lin Ling, who had been continuously attacked by the divine sea in the sky, was now rushing out of the sea. His defense was extremely strong. The main reason was that his panga body was too terrifying, and he also had the 4 realms universe. This brat is actually so formidable. Even a late-stage deity cosmos giant god might not be able to withstand my deity C. The 9 conch clan leader who was blowing the horn narrowed his eyes. After Lin Ling withstood the 2 attacks, the blood pool of the rotten race's gods arrived. It could refine everything. At this time, Lin Ling finally launched his attack. He rushed into the blood pool and swung his sword, stirring the blood pool into a mess. He extended his left hand, and Pangu's finger appeared, suppressing the blood pool. Crack! The moment Pangu's finger collided with the blood pool, even the void began to distort and collapse. The powerful force that was formed could tear apart all living beings. This was no longer a battle between gods, but a battle between gods of creation. The faces of the leaders of the various celestial tribes changed. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so strong, as if he was an invincible god of war. Eat my blade. However, the giant from the Silver Moon clan also launched a sneak attack. The huge full moon blade destroyed everything. Space was cut open by him. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the cracks spewed out fierce winds. Endless moonlight poured down at this moment, resplendent and dazzling. In the distance, more ancestral dragons from the great worlds awakened. Facing this blade, Lin Ling did not dare to take it head-on. He could feel that the power of the deity exceeded 3 trillion. It was extremely powerful. The Silver Moon clan elder did not seem to be in the top 100, but he was not far off. Of course, Lin Ling could feel that this was the elder's most powerful move. The others were not worth mentioning. Universe 3 extremes break. Lin Ling mobilized all of his soul force and formed a large cosmic ray attack. The Silver Moon clan giant's expression changed, but at this time, he could only take it head-on. There was no way he could withdraw his blade. His soul force immediately suffered a heavy blow, and his mind went blank. In this short period of time, Lin Ling undoubtedly had enough opportunity. He rushed into the sky, dodged the full moon blade, and attacked the Silver Moon clan giant crazily. In midair, Lin Ling held the sword with both hands and slashed out with the full force of the eternal killing world. At the same time, the Silver Moon clan giant reacted. Only he, who was strong enough to withstand the Universe 3 extremes break without dying. However, his pupils constricted. In his eyes, he could only see a large sword that carried a terrifying killing intent as it arrived. So strong. This was the only sentence in his mind. With such strength, it was not difficult to fight Yin Chuangyu. Why did no one tell him that Lin Ling was so strong? The Silver Moon clan members only knew that Yin Chuangyu's death was not caused by Lin Ling. Not good. The other 3 leaders' expressions changed. Their joint efforts had failed, and the Silver Moon clan leader was in danger. Boom! Lin Ling's sword landed on the giant's neck, and a huge crack appeared on his neck, with moonlight pouring out. Lin Ling! The giant roared. Go to hell! Lin Ling continued to attack the gap as if he was chopping wood. Kacha! Under the sword, the gap became bigger and bigger, and the giant could not react at all. Finally, his head fell off, and his whole body became motionless like a stone statue. The whole process seemed slow, but it actually happened in an instant. When the others came to their senses, they were all stunned. The Silver Moon Clan leader's neck was cut off by Yi Han's sword, and his head was separated from his body. At this moment, a chill rose in their hearts. Bang! Lin Ling attacked again, and appeared in front of the 9 Conch clan elder, and slashed out with his sword. "Bastard, how dare you!" The elder roared, and the horn in his hand blocked the attack. A terrifying shockwave erupted, tearing everything apart. This horn was obviously extraordinary, and it actually blocked Lin Ling's full-strength attack. However, Lin Ling's expression turned cold, and his left hand formed a fist, and he punched out. Boom! This punch landed on the elder's chest, causing him to fly backward and crash into the Great World's ancestral dragon. Before he could get up, the Great World's ancestral dragon spewed out the power of the universe. "Ah, save me!" The elder did not expect to die in the mouth of the Great World's ancestral dragon. There were only 2 leaders left, and they were panicking. 2 of the 4 leaders were killed, so how could they fight the rest? "Young Master Wu, Elder Chu, let's attack together." They looked at young Master Wu and the rest. "No hurry. Lin Ling is now as dry as an oil lamp. You can kill him if you have the chance." Elder Chu said coldly. "You." The 2 leaders reacted. Elder Chu was using others to kill him, and he wanted to take the credit alone. "Do you think our God clan will let you go if we die?" The leader of Wanhua said coldly. "No, but the one who will kill you will not be me, but Lin Ling." Elder Chu shook his head with a smile. This time, the 2 leaders knew that things were troublesome, and they knew that they were cannon fodder. At this moment, Lin Ling charged over with his sword. Of course, he knew what Old Chu was thinking. Old Chu wanted to use him to eliminate the dissidents and enjoy the fruits of the battle alone. Moreover, he wanted to use this battle to see Lin Ling's strength clearly. However, in the current situation, Lin Ling had no choice. He would kill as many as he could, even if his strength was exposed. Chapter 5248. It was the perfect supreme being. The sword of faith appeared in Lin Ling's hand. It shone resplendently as he charged at the rotten race leader. "Since Elder Chu is not helping, we can only rely on ourselves." The rotten race god looked at the Wanhua leader and shouted, "Eye of Truth." The Wanhua leader activated the starfish. Countless eyes locked onto Lin Ling and froze Lin Ling's time. However, Lin Ling's 4 realms universe was incomparably powerful. It blocked the great laws of the universe. It's indeed ineffective. Although the Wanhua leader had already sensed it, he still found it unbelievable. "Not good." The rotten race god shouted. In his eyes, a dazzling sword arrived with the power to destroy everything. "It's faith." At this moment, the rotten race god saw something clearly. He saw countless people chanting as the power of faith poured into the sword. The believer was invincible. He finally knew what the sword was. "You want to kill him in front of me? Dream on." The Wanhua god shouted angrily. He turned into a starfish and suppressed Lin Ling. Scram! Lin Ling punched back, sending the starfish flying and crashing into the Great World's ancestral dragon. "Ah!" The Wanhua god cried out in pain. He was destroyed by the Great World's ancestral dragon's endless universe power and turned into ashes. Looking at the rotten race god, his blood pool was resisting Lin Ling's faith. It was continuously consuming faith, but it was still destroyed by Lin Ling's sword. Rumble! The rotten race god was killed by the sword. His body was filled with a foul stench. A large number of flies and smelly bugs fell to the ground and twitched. In the end, they died as well. One sword to break all laws. Elder Chu's face sank. He knew that this was Lin Ling's world will power. That sword is very powerful. I have a feeling that it can cut through the universe, illusions, and any other power. Young Master Wu had seen Lin Ling's sword and knew how sharp it was. This is his full strength. We really can't underestimate him. His overall strength is not at the saint level. It's more like the deity level. Elder Chu, only the 2 of us are left. Lin Ling is already using his full strength. With his current strength, he's no match for us at all. However, the Great World's ancestral dragon is constantly approaching. We have to end this battle quickly. The two of them kept talking as if they were treating Lin Ling as someone who was going to die. Lin Ling, as expected of the World Will's host body, no wonder you can always escape from so many people. Old Chu looked at Lin Ling, but this time, we are 100% confident that we can kill you. You've been watching for so long just to know my strength? Are you that afraid of me? Lin Ling smiled mockingly. I'm afraid of you. I'm really afraid of you. It's very easy for me to fail miserably because of you. With so many examples, I, Master Chu, will not arrogantly look down upon you for the sake of the so-called face. Surprisingly, Old Chu admitted it directly, which made Lin Ling frown. People like Old Chu were the most difficult to deal with if they could put down their pride, put down their arrogance, and retreat in the face of difficulties. Lin Ling, just wait to be captured. Why waste time? I promise you, as long as you die, we'll let your family and friends go. Young Master Wu also spoke. At the same time, he glanced at the great world's ancestral dragon in the distance. He did not want to cause any more trouble. I, Lin Ling, have been fighting until now. I really don't know what it means to wait to be captured. Lin Ling naturally knew what young Master Wu was thinking. If I can drag two people down with me before I die, that's not bad. Damn you. Young Master Wu's face turned cold. Lin Ling, if you have such thoughts, then I advise you not to do anything useless. Old Chu saw through Lin Ling's thoughts. He thought that Lin Ling wanted to use the great world's ancestral dragon to make the two of them fearful. I can tell you that even if the gods of the Chaos Realm are here, we won't retreat, let alone the great world's ancestral dragon. Plus, we'll be fine. Sorry, you're so weak, but we still hid our trump card from you. Now, in order to convince you, we'll show you our trump card. Come out. A transparent bead appeared in Old Chu's hand. He put it near his mouth and blew gently. Then he raised it into the air. The bead rotated slowly, and rings of light appeared. Every time it emitted a ring of light, an endless number of celestial soldiers and celestial generals would descend. Old Chu, he actually sent people from the Chu family and the Ceiling Cave clan over. Chu. Young Master Wu. A large number of great beings arrived. Looking carefully, there were no less than 10,000 of them. After these great beings walked out of the bead, they all looked at Lin Ling. The weakest among them was a deity at the early stage of the universe giant god realm. Most of them were at the middle stage. With such fighting power, how could Lin Ling resist? Now, what else do you have to say? Young Master Wu couldn't help but sneer. More than 10,000 powerful gods besieged Lin Ling. Unless Lin Ling had the ability to transcend the heavens, he would die without a doubt. You're really despicable. You let the other clans be your cannon fodder while you hide such a trump card. Lin Ling squinted his eyes. It's our honor to make you, Lin Ling, so surprised. Old Chu laughed. He was extremely proud and complacent. He shook his head disdainfully. Now you should know the gap between us. Are you going to wait for us to capture you? Or are you going to wait for us to kill you? You're so sure that I'm not hiding anything? Lin Ling suddenly asked. What else can you do? I'm 100% sure that you're out of tricks. Old Chu shook his head and laughed. Sorry, I really have some tricks up my sleeve. Lin Ling knew that it was time for him to use his ultimate trump card. You're not the only one. He released all the people in the square prison. Rumble. Boom. 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 Powerful auras descended one after another. These gods were extremely ancient. The moment they arrived, all the people on Old Chu's side changed their expressions greatly. Heaven Sword Immortal, why are you here? Fiery Tiger Deity, you're still alive. Impossible. Old Chu and the people of the Chu family shouted. They were from the chaotic realm, and many of them had survived the tribulation of the will of the world. Therefore, they knew those people. However, weren't those gods who had suddenly appeared dead? Everyone was staring at them, thinking that this was an illusion. However, after a series of investigations, they were finally sure that this was not an illusion. Everything was real. Now, I have as many people as you do. At this time, Lin Ling coldly interrupted Old Chu and the others, bringing them back to reality. The people of the Chu family looked solemn. Their opponents not only outnumbered them, but were also more powerful as a whole. Even Elder Chu's heart was trembling at this moment because he saw two gods who were even more powerful than him around Lin Ling. Facing those two gods, he felt as if he had met the sky and the universe. "Old Chu, what should we do?" The corners of young Master Wu's mouth were also trembling. He had never expected that Lin Ling still had a trump card. Moreover, this trump card was so terrifying that it could summon the ancient gods who had died in this era. What else can we do? Old Chu looked outside and found that the macro world was full of ancestral dragons. Now, they could leave this place, but the premise was that they had to defeat this group of experts in front of them. Most importantly, they did not have much time left. Chapter 5249. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, damn it. Thinking of this, Old Chu cursed. He had been scheming all his life. Even when he first came to the Dao Pagoda, he had done everything he could to reach the latter half of the Dao Pagoda so quickly. However, he had missed out on Lin Ling. How many secrets did this Lin Ling have? We can only fight our way out, but it's very likely that we will all die here today. Old Chu said word by word. As soon as he finished speaking, young Master Wu's face turned pale. This was a battle of life and death. Why did the situation suddenly become like this? Young Master Wu really could not understand. He felt that Lin Ling had dug a big hole and was waiting for them to jump into it. "Lin Ling, there's no time to lose." Guang Qingzi, who was beside Lin Ling, said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked into the distance and saw the great world's ancestral dragon swimming over. Of course, what Lin Ling was really afraid of was that mysterious person. "Kill." Lin Ling ordered. "Kill." Gods from different eras rushed over with monstrous momentum. They had the power to destroy all living things. I, old son, am coming." A huge stick, like a horse vanguard, smashed toward Old Chu's side. "Stop him." A large number of gods from the Chu family roared and activated all their strength, forming a huge amount of divine power to resist the huge stick in the sky. Rumble. The huge stick in the sky became bigger and bigger like a pillar. The moment it smashed down, any divine power was like paper. Under the huge stick, a large number of gods were smashed to death. The moment it smashed into the ground, the whole earth shook. A powerful rebound force shook the gods of the Ceiling Cave clan and sent them flying into the sky. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, countless flying swords shot over and killed the gods who were sent flying. Flowers of blood blossomed in the sky, and the power of divinity poured out in all directions. "We are no match for him." Old Chu looked at this scene, his heart bleeding. "Kill Lin Ling." He looked at young Master Wu, planning to join forces with him to kill Lin Ling. They hated Lin Ling to the core. Rumble, rumble, rumble. However, as soon as they moved, a huge seal came smashing down from the sky with the power to kill everything. "Leader, be careful." Seeing this, the gods of the Chu family all rushed up to the sky, trying to stop the seal from smashing down. Bang, bang. They all died with their heads exploding, like eggs hitting a rock. Flipping Sky Seal, it's the Flipping Sky Seal. That great god is Guang Qingzi. Now translation, it Chu Old Qian translation, is translation, is help me translation is translation old translation is translation old translation is that the great sage, heaven's equal who once wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace? He is old translation have. The heavens want us dead. Elder Chu finally realized that it was inevitable that the entire army would be wiped out. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the Flipping Sky Seal fell from the sky and smashed his head. With a loud boom, the head of the Chu family from the Chaos Realm was smashed. Bang. He crashed to the ground and died with his eyes wide open. Patriarch. Seeing the family head of the Chu family die, all the members of the Chu family shouted and fought with their lives. But in the end, they couldn't stop Lin Ling's god. As Lin Ling watched the enemies die one after another, he didn't reveal any excitement. Instead, his expression became even more solemn, because he had a feeling that the mysterious person was coming. Lin Ling, you really do have the square prison. Sure enough, a woman descended from the sky. She wore a black and gold mask and wore a purple robe. Her long and slender legs were extremely eye-catching under the robe. She slowly floated down. He's here. At this moment, all the great battles stopped. Guang Qingzi and the others stared at the woman with solemn expressions. You're finally here. Lin Ling had been waiting for this woman, and he was very curious about who she was. The square prison is no small matter. Under the order of the universe, I want to take back your square prison. Hand it over. The purple-robed woman said coldly to Lin Ling after landing on the ground. Lin Ling was checking her strength, but he couldn't see through it. Who do you think you are? At this moment, a god yelled at the purple-robed woman, Get lost, or I'll kill you. Unimportant people, leave. However, the purple-robed woman didn't even look at that god. She waved her hand, and a mysterious power surged out. Then that god disappeared into thin air. Yes, he disappeared into thin air. Everyone's expression changed drastically. What kind of technique was this? It was too heaven-defying. It should be known that the god who disappeared was a late-stage universe giant god. It was normal for him to disappear after hundreds of rounds of battle, but it was strange for him to disappear in the blink of an eye. Lin Ling was also shocked. Suddenly, he thought of something and shouted, Come back! He activated the Four Directions prison and took everyone back. Could it be the square prison? Master Guang guessed. Yes, it's the square prison. She used the identity of Lord Prison to take you into the prison. Lin Ling nodded. Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, Master Guang and the others immediately entered the square prison. The purple-robed woman didn't stop them. She just looked at Lin Ling indifferently. After all the gods disappeared, only Lin Ling and the purple-robed woman were left in the center. The outside was filled with the ancestral dragon of the great world. It was so terrifying that the two of them seemed to be in the middle of a storm. Lin Ling, have you thought it through? Hand over the square prison, and I'll let you go. The purple-robed woman said indifferently to Lin Ling, Impossible. Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't like handing over unknown things to others. If you don't hand it over, only death awaits you. The purple-robed woman's voice turned cold. I can see that you can easily take the prisoners away, but you can't easily obtain the square prison. If that's the case, then come and take it. Lin Ling sneered. Fine, you forced me to do this. The purple-robed woman nodded. Let me tell you, your square prison can only hold prisoners, but my square prison can convict people. As long as I convict you, you'll be my prisoner. Everything about you will be at my disposal. After saying that, she waved her right hand. 2 square stone tablets appeared. They spun slowly and emitted a powerful aura. Then, a large number of words appeared on the stone tablets, as if they were convicting Lin Ling. This woman actually has 2 square prisons. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. He also released the square prison to fight back. You're crazy. The purple-robed woman clearly didn't expect Lin Ling to dare to use the square prison to fight. It was as if the 2 prisons were exhausting each other. I'm about to die. How can I not go crazy? Lin Ling sneered. He could see that the purple-robed woman was a little afraid. Rumble. The charges pressed down on Lin Ling like the laws of nature. However, Lin Ling's 4 sides prison was also madly colliding with them, constantly breaking them apart. This caused a huge heavenly Tao vortex to appear in the sky. The heavenly Tao was in charge of all punishments. A heavenly Tao law has actually appeared. The purple-robed woman looked at the sky with a shocked expression. Chapter 5250. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, Lin Ling, stop. The purple-robed woman was clearly anxious. After all, she didn't know what would happen after the 2 prisons collided. You're killing us. The purple-robed woman knew that the square prison was able to imprison deities of various eras. Its hidden strength had already surpassed everyone's imagination. You want to kill me, So what's the big deal about dragging you down with me? Lin Ling sneered, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. After all, the strength of this explosion was something he couldn't imagine. But the arrow was already knocked on the bow and had to be released. Instead of being controlled by the purple-robed woman, he would rather take a gamble. The giant vortex churned in the sky as the three mysterious stone pillars constantly collided. This terrifying strength made the surrounding great world's ancestral dragons not dare to approach. The purple-robed woman became increasingly anxious. However, Lin Ling ignored her. With a crazed expression, he controlled the stone pillars to collide. Rumble. Space began to crack and shatter as endless gales appeared in the sky. The sky is about to shatter. The purple-robed woman's voice trembled. This was the first time she had seen such terrifying strength. It had to be known that this was the Tao Pagoda. The laws of the universe were extremely stable. Even a ruler might not be able to shake this place. Now, this was the first time an unstable state of the universe had appeared. Looking at Lin Ling again, she saw that he was smiling. But it was a crazy smile, a look of desperation. Rumble. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. The sky completely shattered and the laws of the Tao Pagoda collapsed. A billowing vortex appeared, sucking in large amounts of earth and great world's ancestral dragons. The great world's ancestral dragons let out fearful cries. They had clearly sensed the terrifying strength approaching. Damn it! The purple-robed woman knew that she couldn't stay here any longer. She clenched her teeth and tried to retrieve the square prison. Rumble. However, the universe's heavenly Tao maelstrom was still churning. The process of retrieving the square prison was extremely difficult. However, she wasn't willing to just run away like this. She couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. She saw that he was standing beneath the universe's heavenly Tao maelstrom without fear. He's probably prepared to die. The purple-robed woman didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. Once he was forced, he would immediately resist. But this was something she couldn't do. Come back. She continued controlling the square prison. And translation. Finally, the universe's heavenly Tao maelstrom was followed by a second. The two square prisons were once again under her control. However, her face was full of lingering fear. She didn't dare to stay any longer and flew into the distance. Looking at Lin Ling, his square prison was still in the universe's great maelstrom of the heavenly Tao. He did not retreat, because he knew that the moment he retreated, the square prison would be seized by the purple-robed woman. Therefore, the cosmic maelstrom of heavenly Tao was his only way out. Of course, it was also likely to be a dead end. Rumble. A terrifying suction force was born, bringing Lin Ling into the universe's heavenly Tao maelstrom. Translation. To translation. To be sucked. He was to be. Far away, the purple-robed woman gritted her teeth. She didn't expect things to turn out this way. The universe's heavenly Tao maelstrom was still spinning. Everything was sucked in. Not only space, but even the universe. The purple-robed woman had no choice but to leave. In just a short moment, the entire world, and even the sixth level, seemed to have undergone a shocking change. Countless gods looked on from afar, their expressions grave. They had no idea what was going on. Damn it! The purple-robed woman cursed furiously from afar. She'd been careless this time. She'd originally thought that she could use the square prison to control Lin Ling, but who knew that Lin Ling would risk his life and cause the square prison's whereabouts to be unknown once more. As for Lin Ling, she guessed that he was dead. Of course, there was also a certain chance that it would appear in another universe, another void. Overall, it was a narrow escape. If you are not dead, I will find you, the purple-robed woman said coldly. Then she disappeared. And at that moment, in the universe's heavenly Tao maelstrom, Lin Ling was moving along with the maelstrom. The powerful force seemed to want to tear him apart. At the same time, there were rumbling sounds coming from all around. The ancestral dragons of the great worlds that were brought into the maelstrom were suffering from excruciating torment. Then, the dragons were torn apart before Lin Ling's eyes. He saw the maelstrom spinning at a crazy speed. Anything that got close was turned into nothingness. The survival rate was only 1%. Lin Ling's expression changed. He knew he couldn't escape death. Wait! Suddenly, he saw the four-sided stone steel drifting with the waves. Come here! He kept shouting and controlling the square prison. The four-sided stone tablet moved slightly and swam toward Lin Ling. However, it was very slow. After all, the maelstrom was still spinning. It controlled the trajectory of all living things. Hurry! Lin Ling seemed to see a ray of hope. He kept calling. The four-sided stone tablet was still a distance away from Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked ahead and saw that he was not far from the fastest maelstrom. This was also a race against time. But in the end, when Lin Ling was about to reach the craziest point of the maelstrom, the square prison finally arrived. Lin Ling hugged the square prison and blocked the maelstrom's tearing. He activated all his strength to protect his body. Rumble! There was only a deafening roar. Under this terrifying force, Lin Ling fell into a deep sleep. However, the moment he fell asleep, he clearly sensed that the square prison was taken away by a powerful force. Not good! Lin Ling exclaimed. But he couldn't resist his heavy eyelids and fell asleep. After an unknown period of time, the chirping of birds entered his ears. Warm sunlight shone on his face, making him feel incomparably comfortable. Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes. What entered his eyes was a field of emerald green. Ancient trees were everywhere. Birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. However, there was no spiritual energy. Where is this place? Lin Ling suddenly sat up. Years of killing had made him accustomed to being on guard at all times. Then he checked his body and found that there were no major problems. His cultivation was also there. However, the square prison had disappeared. Could it be that the purple-robed woman took the square prison? No, I clearly passed through the heavenly maelstrom. The purple-robed woman didn't enter the maelstrom. When she passed through the maelstrom, she must have been shaken off by the heavenly maelstrom. Lin Ling continued to analyze. This meant that the square prison might be around him. He stood up and released his soul force to check his surroundings. However, he didn't find the aura of the square prison. Instead, strange voices sounded. Last night, a meteor fell here. I heard that someone saw a dragon. Is that true? Damn, there's a dragon? Many people have seen it. Now, the news is reporting that everyone is looking for a dragon. The nearby mountain range was very lively. Chapter 52-51. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Lin Ling frowned. He was used to watching the drama unfold, but there was one sentence that shocked him. It was the news? There was news in the Dao Tower? Only his hometown had it. Could it be that I'm back in Wuxia? Lin Ling's body trembled. His soul force sensed again and found that the onlookers were wearing the same clothes as Wuxia. This time, Lin Ling couldn't help but be shocked. He was clearly in the Dao Tower. Why did he suddenly come to Wuxia? The square prison's whereabouts are unknown, but it should have fallen in Wuxia with me. As for the dragon? Could it be the Great World's ancestral dragon? Lin Ling hurriedly searched around and then saw an injured Great World's ancestral dragon in the ancient mountain range. It turned out that most of the Great World's ancestral dragons had died after entering here, and that was the only one left. Of course, the situation was extremely bad, and it was about to dissipate at any time. Lin Ling took a step and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the Great World's ancestral dragon. It's you. The Great World's ancestral dragon recognized Lin Ling and knew that it was Lin Ling's square prison that had caused this situation. You're here too, and you're not dead. The Great World's ancestral dragon said. Sorry, I didn't expect this to happen, but I didn't intend to implicate you. Lin Ling said. I know. The Great World's ancestral dragon nodded. In the situation at that time, if Lin Ling hadn't gone crazy, perhaps Lin Ling would have died. Anyone would have done so. This is the birthplace of the gods, collectively known as Wuxia. The Great World's ancestral dragon looked around and said, although the people here are very small, this is also the homeland of the gods. What's strange is that this is clearly in the universe, but very few gods can find this place. and we were suddenly brought here. I think it's destined. I saw your prison when I fell in this world, but then it disappeared. If you want to find it, I guess you can only search this world. However, I have a feeling that you'll have to wait if you want to find the square prison. The great world's ancestral dragon lightly said. He had cultivated for many years and knew no less than Lin Ling. He naturally knew about the square prison. The birthplace of God? Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. Moreover, many gods want to find this place, but they can't. He was secretly shocked because he had come back once many years ago. At that time, he had thought that it would be easy to find Wuxia. At this time, the great world's ancestral dragon was gradually dissipating. China hides its most ancient secret. Perhaps the Tao Pagoda's ultimate fate is related to it. Since you're lucky enough to come here, perhaps you'll be able to discover the secret within. Remember this place. Don't ever forget that this is the birthplace of the gods. It must be related to the gods. The great world's ancestral dragon transformed into endless sunlight that drifted with the wind. Lin Ling stood there quietly. He did not know if the great world's ancestral dragon was lying to him or if he had sensed something. Alas! He finally sighed softly. He could only leave. Later, he discovered that more and more people were searching around. However, the mountains here were high and the grass was deep. There were few traces of people. It would be difficult to find this place. I wonder where this place is. It's a bit magical. Lin Ling continued forward and discovered that the mountain range in the distance was covered in white snow. The sky was very blue, and everything was very ancient. Standing in this world, one's soul seemed to have been cleansed. The strange thing was that Lin Ling had become a god through martial arts in this life. He had been to all kinds of places, but in terms of purity, this world was the purest he had ever seen. Is there really a secret hidden in Wuxia? I didn't expect that I, Lin Ling, would return to an old place after going around in circles. Lin Ling shook his head and laughed. Grandpa, look, there's a strange person over there. Not long after, a group of people suddenly appeared in front of them. They wore thick down coats and were even equipped with guns as they walked along the mountain path. Among these people, an old man seemed to have the highest status. He had white hair and a youthful face. He was about 70 years old, but his physique was not weaker than a young man. Next to him was a girl in her late teens. She wore very little and seemed to be very strong. Lin Ling swept his gaze over them and saw through their strength at a glance. These people were very weak, but to mortals, their strength was considered to be extremely good. Martial arts. Then, Lin Ling recalled that the experts in Wuxia were all good at martial arts. They were probably referring to those people. Grandpa, look at his clothes. He looks like someone from ancient times. The girl exclaimed. The others' expressions changed slightly, but they subconsciously tightened their grip on the guns in their hands. Don't be rash. Only the old man was calmer, but his expression was very solemn. That was because they were already close to the Kunlun Mountains. Kunlun Mountains was also known as the Kunlun Mountains. It was the first sacred mountain in Wuxia, the ancestor of all mountains. It was also rumored to be the origin of Wuxia's dragon veins. It was full of myths and legends. Because of that, countless people tried to climb up there to search for the secrets of myths and legends. However, the weather there was terrible. It was not a place where ordinary people could get close. If it were not for the rumor that a dragon had appeared there last night, they would not have rushed there overnight to investigate. And now, they actually saw someone from ancient times in a place like Kunlun Mountains? It was no wonder they were surprised. Young man, I'm Elder Zhua. May I know your name? The old man saluted Lin Ling from afar. He was extremely polite. He's just pretending to be mysterious. However, the girl next to him snorted. She thought that Lin Ling was pretending to be a god. After all, many people lived in seclusion in the mountains these days. They said that they were pursuing Tao, but in the end, they returned empty-handed. That young man probably knew that his grandpa was coming, so he pretended to be someone from ancient times and waited there quietly. Not bad at acting. Long robe, long hair. TSK, ancient fragrance. But it's so cold here. You'll freeze to death. The girl continued to sneer. My name is Lin Ling. Lin Ling also heard the girl's words. He naturally did not care. Only the old man felt that something was wrong. He realized that Lin Ling was indeed not afraid of the cold. After all, if he really pretended to be cold, he would be exposed as soon as he spoke. In such cold weather, he would definitely spit out fog. However, the young man spoke as if he was in a normal place. There was no fog at all. We came because we heard about dragons. Friend Lin Ling, have you seen any dragons here? The old man continued to ask. Lin Ling suddenly smiled. He could tell at a glance that the old man had cultivated some kind of cultivation technique. There was a faint amount of true qi in his body. Of course, it was only true qi. It was like the strength of a martial artist who had just started cultivating. Compared to Lin Ling's divine origin, it was 1,000,000,000 times worse. And the reason why the old man was looking for dragons was probably because he wanted to use rare treasures to break through and cultivate. I saw it. Lin Ling nodded. Unfortunately, it's already dead. Also, you don't have to waste your efforts because you won't see it at all. You saw it? The girl next to the old man sneered. Continue bragging. Chapter 52-52. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. She did not believe Lin Ling at all. After all, would Lin Ling be so calm if he saw a dragon? A dragon? That was the totem of Wuxia. Since ancient times, which of the civil and military officials and emperors had ever seen one? Moreover, even if he really saw one, would he be able to remain so calm? It was as if the dragon was a kitten or a puppy that could be seen at any time. You saw it? The old man and the rest were stunned. Other than the old man, everyone else sneered. Don't tell me you met a lunatic. The people around the old man mocked him. Lin Ling naturally did not care. They were not from the same world. He was too lazy to say anything more and slowly walked away. Young friend, wait. The old man called out to Lin Ling. He wanted to say something, but at that moment, Lin Ling also looked over with a frown. He was pondering if he should make a move. His eyes instantly turned cold, which undoubtedly alerted the people around the old man. What are you trying to do? They slowly reached into their down jackets as if they were preparing something. However, Lin Ling ignored them and sighed instead. Forget it. It's fate that we know each other. Then, he slowly walked toward the old man. The old man's eyes narrowed. He could not understand what Lin Ling was trying to do. However, he was also a little nervous. After all, he was in a high position and had appeared in a deserted place. He had to be careful. Kid, get lost. Don't go near Mr. Gu. The others also made threatening voices to warn Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling ignored them completely. I think he's a lunatic. Grandpa, ignore him. The woman beside the old man suddenly said coldly. To her, her grandpa's life was more important than anything else. Therefore, she slowly pulled out her gun. A gun. One should know that guns were strictly controlled in Wuxia. These people had guns on them, which meant that they were not ordinary people. I'll give you one last warning. Leave immediately, or don't blame me for being rude. The woman pointed the gun at Lin Ling. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he remembered what it was. A spear. Seeing Lin Ling stop in his tracks, everyone thought that Lin Ling was afraid and started laughing. In the end, this lunatic still recognized the spear. The woman sneered and wanted to tell Lin Ling to scram. However, Lin Ling took another step forward. You're courting death. The woman was shocked and angrily shouted, Stop, or I'll really shoot. Lin Ling was still moving forward. The woman suddenly became nervous. After all, she had never killed anyone before. However, when she thought of the danger her grandfather was in, she finally fired. Don't. The old man hurriedly stopped him. Bang. However, the woman still fired. The main reason was that in such a place, any carelessness could lead to death. She had to be careful. It's over. The old man sighed. The others had cold looks on their faces and were already prepared to deal with the corpse. However, Lin Ling's footsteps did not stop, and the spear was easily avoided by him with a single step. Moreover, this sort of speed was simply not worth mentioning to him. I missed? The woman's cold expression instantly turned into surprise. Then, when she saw Lin Ling getting closer, she immediately fired a few shots. Bang, bang, bang. In the silent mountain range, the sound of gunfire was incomparably ear-piercing. Moreover, at such a close distance, the young man would definitely be hit. Unfortunately, they did not know what they were facing. That was a god who had lost himself in Wuxia. Lin Ling's figure moved slightly as he dodged the bullets one by one. It looked very dangerous, but everything was done so smoothly in one go. Everyone was dumbfounded. Dodging bullets? How could there be such a person? The woman called Ing was so surprised that her gun fell to the ground. Her mouth was agape, and her expression was filled with shock, astonishment, and disbelief. She even felt that she was dreaming. Get away from Mr. Gu. However, the people next to her were not ordinary people. They calmed down quickly and drew their AK-47s, aiming at Lin Ling from afar. If they could not hit him with pistols, what about AK-47s? AK-47s were submachine guns. Could the young man dodge at such a close distance? However, Lin Ling was still moving forward. Fire! Those people shouted angrily. They were from the army and followed Mr. Gu there to protect him. Moreover, they had carried out various missions, such as protecting their leader and killing criminals. There was nothing they had not seen before. In their opinion, Ing's previous failure was caused by her panic because she had never killed anyone before. However, they were different. They were very calm and could be very cold-blooded. Thud, thud, thud. A large number of bullets were fired at Lin Ling, and several of them fired at the same time. A sneer appeared at the corner of their mouths. This time he was dead meat. Then, everyone looked forward to the scene of the young man being shot into a sieve and blood gushing out. However, an unbelievable scene happened. This time, the young man did not dodge the bullets and allowed the bullets to sweep past him. However, all the bullets that hit him were blocked by him. Blocking bullets with his body? A large number of bullet casings fell to the ground. One of the bullets was easily caught by the young man's hands and thrown to the ground. At that moment, everyone's mind went blank. They even thought that they were hallucinating. In this world, there was someone who could block bullets? Was he an immortal? They were considered knowledgeable people. They had survived the Middle East battlefield, overseas protection of their leader, and various explosion scenes. There were too many of them. However, none of those were as shocking as the scene in front of them. Were they filming a movie? My young friend Lin Ling. The old man's voice was trembling as he watched Lin Ling slowly walking toward him. It's fate to meet all of you after returning to my hometown. Lin Ling smiled. His eyes looked behind the old man and said calmly, "Come out." When he shouted, everyone subconsciously looked behind them. There was a thin layer of snow, shrubs, and grayish-brown rocks, but there was nothing. "Do you want me to invite you?" Lin Ling said again. At that moment, something finally moved among the grayish-brown rocks. Then, a huge cat slowly walked out. The cat was as big as a calf. Its eyes were bloodthirsty and its body was covered in black and white spots. If it had not walked out, no one would have noticed it. Snow leopard! Everyone exclaimed and raised the guns in their hands. Cold sweat was pouring down their backs. In such a place, the snow leopard was equivalent to a ferocious tiger. In fact, it was even more terrifying than a ferocious tiger. That was because the beast was an expert in sneak attacks. Even if they had guns, it was useless. After all, the snow leopard could slit your throat before you could open fire. They never expected that they would be followed by a snow leopard. Snow leopards are not afraid of humans. Now that it's winter, food is scarce. The hungry snow leopards can choose to devour humans. Moreover, that's a snow leopard after giving birth. It's even bloodier. There was no lack of experienced hunters at the scene. They instantly realized something. Then they felt a lingering fear. If the young man had not reminded them, they would have died. "You should leave." Lin Ling was also looking at the snow leopard. When he walked toward the old man, he noticed that the snow leopard was staring at the old man. Chapter 52-53. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Roar. The snow leopard roared as if it was going to fight for its life. The starving snow leopard was like a wolf, not daring to fight. At that moment, everyone raised the guns in their hands, ready to shoot the beast. Although they knew that it was a protected animal, their lives were more important at that moment. Put down your guns. I'll do it. Lin Ling frowned. He could not bear to see the snow leopard die there. He walked forward, giving everyone a shock. Hey, that's a ferocious beast. Are you crazy? Someone shouted anxiously. Grandpa, is he really not afraid of death? Ing-a was also panicking. It was her first time seeing someone who did not play by the rules. Don't shoot. However, the old man stopped everyone. Lin Ling walked forward step by step. At first, the snow leopard was roaring, but for some reason it gradually calmed down. Then, it lay down and wagged its tail continuously. Obviously, it had sensed Lin Ling's terrifying aura. Lin Ling came in front of the snow leopard and squatted down. Then, he waved his right hand and a few pills appeared. He handed them to the snow leopard. Let's go. The snow leopard seemed to have a mind of its own. It picked up the pills and left. However, before it left, it growled at Lin Ling as if it was thanking him. Seeing that, Lin Ling could not help but smile. Oh my God, is he an animal trainer from the circus? When the others saw that, they were all dumbfounded. That day, they felt as if they were watching a sci-fi blockbuster. Everything that had happened had subverted their understanding. A Taoist, a true cultivator. Only the old man's face was flushed red. He was so excited that he could not close his mouth. He had long heard that the Kunlun Mountains were the birthplace of the ancient gods. There were countless secrets of Wuxia hidden there. Although, according to scientific explanations, that was just an illusion. However, he had always believed that there were many things hidden in this world that science could not explain. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he finally understood the vastness of the world. Thank you, Senior. Then, the old man took the lead and bowed to Lin Ling. The others did not dare to act rashly and bowed as well. I didn't expect that there would be Taoists in this world. The mercenaries were also muttering to themselves. For a long time, they had looked down on ghosts and gods, thinking that it was just nonsense. Moreover, they had participated in many such missions. But in the end, they all discovered that everything was just a groundless rumor. What tomb exploration? What secret realms? There were only natural hazards and ferocious beasts. There was nothing beyond science. But today they knew they were wrong. There really was a Taoist in Mount Kunlun. You don't have to thank me, because the real danger has only just arrived. Lin Ling said with a smile. He didn't know why he wanted to help this old man. Perhaps it was a sudden impulse to return to his hometown. Or perhaps it was because his four-directional prison had disappeared, and he had a feeling that this old man could help him. In any case, it was just a small matter. It wasn't a big deal. Danger? Only now? The old man's expression changed. Rumble. At this time, the earth finally shook, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. Everyone raised their heads, and only then did they realize that on the distant mountain, white snow was rolling and dust was spreading everywhere. Avalanche. Why is there an avalanche all of a sudden? Everyone's expression changed drastically. They knew that a great disaster was coming. Avalanches were one of the biggest dangers for mountain climbers. When an avalanche arrived, it could be said that there was only a slim chance of survival. Every year, many people who attempted to climb the mountain were buried under the cold snow. It was a nightmare for mountain climbers. Alright, we fired just now. It was gunfire. Ah, we forgot. The mercenaries' expression changed drastically. They did not expect to make such a big mistake. Grandpa, what should we do? Nang-er also knew the horror of an avalanche. Of course, after witnessing it with her own eyes, she had to be afraid. Because on the distant mountain, it was as if millions of troops were rushing over. It was an endless blizzard. Wherever it passed, everything would be submerged. It's over. I didn't expect that we will all die here. The old man's face was pale. He knew that everyone was going to die here. After all, there were many short trees nearby. There were no large buildings that could block the snow. But soon, the old man's eyes lit up. He looked at Lin Ling and saw Lin Ling in a blue robe standing proudly in the snow. "There's him!" the old man suddenly exclaimed. With that shout, everyone looked at Lin Ling. They found it hard to believe. Was this young man going to resist the avalanche? This was too heaven-defying. Blocking bullets and calming snow leopards were still acceptable. But to resist an avalanche, was that something a Taoist could do? God must have done it. "Everyone stand behind me." At that moment, Lin Ling also spoke. Hearing that, everyone knew that Lin Ling was really going to stop the avalanche. "Impossible, it's completely impossible." Suddenly, a man who looked like an experienced hunter interrupted. He looked at the old man and said, "Mr. Gu, I saw it. There's a cliff a kilometer away from us. If we're lucky, we can jump off the cliff and hide under the cliff. That way, we can avoid the avalanche. Hurry, it'll be too late if we're late." The old man suddenly hesitated. "No, we can't rush over a kilometer away. Moreover, what if the cliff is very deep? We'll fall to our deaths." Xianxia shook her head. "Now, this is the only way. We can't rely on this young man. How can he withstand the avalanche?" The man kept shaking his head. "I've lived in the snowy mountains since I was young. I know that when an avalanche comes, even a bear can't withstand it, much less a human. Let's run quickly. There's still a chance." "I agree with Uncle Aguda's words." The other mercenaries nodded. They were ultimately calm. "No, I believe in him." However, the old man firmly shook his head. Instead, he walked towards Lin Ling. "If you want to leave, leave immediately. Don't bother about me. I believe in him." "Mr. Gu." Everyone was anxious. "I'll be leaving first." "Mr. Gu, I'm sorry." Finally, one person ran off into the distance. Following that, a second person, a third person, and gradually, more and more people appeared. They did not want to die in the avalanche. If they jumped off the cliff, there was still a chance of survival. If they stayed where they were, they would be courting death. Grandpa. Xianxia was in a dilemma. In the end, she ran towards her grandpa and hid behind Lin Ling. As such, including the two of them, there were a total of 3 people who believed in Lin Ling. As for the other person, he was a powerless person. It was obvious that those who had traveled to various places and licked blood from their blades would calmly choose to jump off the cliff. Only the flowers in the greenhouse would believe in Lin Ling and believe that there were legends in the world. At that moment, the mercenaries were running towards the cliff. They sighed repeatedly. They did not understand why Mr. Gu and the rest were courting death. Using their physical bodies to withstand an avalanche was something that could only be discussed at night. The avalanche's speed was very fast. It had already reached the place where Lin Ling and the rest were. "They're dead." As they ran, they looked back. They knew that Mr. Gu and the rest were about to be submerged and die under the snow. Boom. However, at that moment, Lin Ling gently threw a punch. A path was instantly formed in the endless snow. Within the path, there was nothing. Chapter 52-54. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The rolling snow rushed over with a deafening sound like thousands of horses galloping. Mr. Gu and the rest hid behind Lin Ling, trembling. The power of nature made them feel suffocated. At this moment, they knew that they were doomed. 100 years later, climbers might see their corpses. Of course, it was only second to seeing them. Those climbers would not take their corpses away. They could only sleep under the snow mountain forever. Boom. At this moment, there was a roar. They saw the white-haired man in front of them punch out. It was a light punch, as if he was chasing away flies. The endless avalanche in front of them immediately formed a sunny path. There was no more snow on the path. The terrifying torrent of snow only rolled past on both sides of the path. This is a miracle," Mr. Gu said to himself in a trembling voice. Directly sat on the ground, her mouth trembling. God, is there really a God in this world? Everything in front of them subverted their understanding once again. Oh my God! The mercenaries who were running at the back had their mouths wide open at this moment. Superman? That was the only sentence in their minds. Rumble. However, the avalanche spread toward them and drowned everything. Some of them were submerged by the avalanche, while others jumped off the cliff. No one knew if they were dead or alive. Sigh. Seeing this, Mr. Gu could only sigh softly. If those people believed in Lin Ling, they might not have died. Let's go, Lin Ling said as he lightly punched out again. The still-flowing avalanche was punched out again, and a path was formed horizontally through more than half of the avalanche. The snow was also cut off. Mr. Gu and the rest quickly followed Lin Ling, afraid that they would lose Lin Ling and be buried here forever. Just like that, they slowly descended the mountain without saying a single word. Lin Ling was too lazy to say anything. Mr. Gu and the rest did not know what to say. They could only follow Lin Ling. But strangely, they were already very tired, but they did not feel tired at all when they followed Lin Ling. They walked down the mountain just like that. They walked for a whole day. They did not stop until Lin Ling stopped. Mr. Lin, thank you for saving our lives. Mr. Gu looked at Lin Ling in awe and said gratefully, "It's nothing." Lin Ling shook his head nonchalantly. "Mr. Lin, where are you going?" Mr. Gu asked again. "I know it's a presumptuous question, but if it's in Wuxia, I'm sure I can help." "Where are you going?" Lin Ling's eyes looked into the distance. His heart was filled with confusion. Where was he going? Back to the tower? However, he had lost his square prison here. He had to get it back. Wherever my heart is where my heart is. While Lin he did not know where to be he. I'm from the Cultural Relics Department. I specialize in exploring the secrets of heaven and earth. This is my name card. I wonder if I can get your number so that we can meet in the future. Mr. Gu continued. Translation. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Then he understood. It was the department that explored history and protected cultural relics. Suddenly, he thought of Square Prison and the feeling he had when he saw Mr. Gu. Lin Ling had a feeling that Mr. Gu could help him find Square Prison. That was why he had helped before. Lin Ling was now a powerful god and could vaguely peek into the secrets of heaven. That was why he had such a feeling. I don't have a phone. Lin Ling shook his head, which made Mr. Gu and the others stare. How could someone not have a phone in this day and age? However, they thought that Lin Ling was an otherworldly expert. How about this? Tell me your phone number. I'll call you when I have the chance. Lin Ling said again. Mr. Gu and the others were overjoyed and quickly gave him their phone numbers. Behind them, a middle-aged man looked at Lin Ling respectfully and also gave him his phone number. With Lin Ling's soul power, he could instantly remember it. At the same time, he knew the names of these three people. Mr. Gu was a member of the Gu family of Wuxia. This family had a strong background and was said to have existed since the time of Emperor Qin. Their ancestors were high-ranking officials of the Qin dynasty. Because of that, their family documents contained a lot of secrets of Wuxia. For example, the secret of Emperor Qin's longevity and what was inside the tomb of Qin. The woman was Mr. Ji's granddaughter, Guing. As for the quiet middle-aged man, his name was Tang Chao. He was also a member of a big family in South China. He was the leader of many parties and had eyes everywhere. Of course, all of this was just that for Lin Ling. He took out a few medicinal pills and handed them to the three of them. You've been frightened here, your souls are unstable, and you've also suffered from the cold. These medicinal pills can protect you from being invaded by the evil spirits. Remember, you must take them with due. Thank you, thank you. The three people were overjoyed and took the 3 pills. How could they know that not only could these 3 pills cure all diseases, they could also prolong one's lifespan? These pills were also the most worthless of all the treasures Lin Ling had. After all, even if they took more precious treasures, it would be useless. Instead, they would die from overeating. Mr. Lin, may I ask you a question? After Mr. Gu took the pills, he asked humbly. Ask away. Mr. Lin, are you a cultivator? Cultivator? Lin Ling sneered. Yes, I am a cultivator. After leaving that sentence, Lin Ling gradually disappeared into the distance. There are really cultivators in this world. My Gu family's records say that there have been cultivators in Wuxia since ancient times. They specialize in the Tao of metal and stone. They live by the sun, moon, and clouds. But now, most of them are fake cultivators. I didn't expect to meet a cultivator in this life, Mr. Gu said with a shocked face. Grandpa, do you think he lives in the Kunlun Mountains? This is a barren place. How could he live there? Er also exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, she completely trusted Lin Ling. That's hard to say. How could ordinary people understand the way cultivators do things? Mr. Gu sighed. Mr. Lin has probably cultivated Qigong. That punch just now was exactly what he relied on to break the avalanche. Also, he's not afraid of bullets because he has Qigong to protect his body. The middle-aged man who had been silent all this time said enviously. People who cultivate Qigong are omnipotent. I've heard that there are experts like that in Thailand. AI. If it weren't for the fact that I have so many things to do, I would really want to follow Mr. Lin in his path of cultivation. The three of them chatted as they walked away. Strangely, they were not hungry or tired. In fact, they were full of energy. They knew that it was all thanks to Lin Ling's Qigong. At this moment, a figure was walking through the cold sky. The wind and snow did not affect him at all. He was none other than Lin Ling. Where should I go from here? Lin Ling frowned. After a moment of thought, he entered Lin Ling's universe to tell everyone that he was safe. In Lin Ling's universe, everyone was there. Lei Gong, Xianxia, and the others had all returned. When they saw Lin Ling, they were all overjoyed. Chapter 52-55. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Now. The Lin Ling universe was the safest place for them to rest. The only drawback was that no matter how powerful they were in the Lin Ling universe, their strength would immediately recover after leaving. That was why they stayed in the Dao Pagoda longer. Lin Ling, where did you go? Everyone looked at Lin Ling excitedly. I went to Wuxia. Lin Ling sighed. Because of the huge whirlpool during the battle, I was inexplicably brought back to my hometown. Wuxia? Lei Gong and the others obviously did not know what Wuxia was. My hometown. Lin Ling explained. It's also the place of my previous life. It's also the birthplace of gods. What? Is it the legendary place? The Yellow Emperor's eyes changed and he said in shock, I've heard of that place. It said that all the powerful gods of the era came from there, including me. Back then, when I was still a river, I grew up in a chaotic space. Later, I heard from the gods that that was Wuxia. I've also heard of it, but Wuxia is in the vast universe. I heard that it's very difficult to find. Back then, the gods were mobilized and searched for more than 300 million years, but they still could not find their homeland. The Yellow Emperor kept saying. Lin Ling nodded. He had returned to Wuxia once, but after that, he also searched for Wuxia. However, he eventually disappeared. At that time, he just looked around casually and did not care when he did not find it. But now, he knew that Wuxia seemed to be constantly changing its position in the vast universe. Lin Ling, I think that you were destined to go to Wuxia. Why don't you cultivate in Wuxia for the time being? Maybe you can get some opportunities. The Yellow Emperor suddenly said. Lin Ling nodded. He also had the same idea. Now that he was at the peak of the saint level, he only needed one more opportunity to break through. Perhaps the vast Wuxia was that opportunity. I'll stay here for a few days to accompany everyone and reminisce about the past. When the time comes, I'll go back. Lin Ling then looked at everyone and said, By the way, how is Long Ling now? The dragon's tomb is in chaos now. Many celestials have entered and are searching for treasures everywhere. However, our people have gathered together and are safe for the time being. The Yellow Emperor said immediately, All right, if there's a chance, we'll find the One Fang clan and gather together. Right now, the Sun God tribe is approaching us. They probably want to form an alliance with us. As for the One-Tooth tribe, Xianxia and the others said that you agreed to form an alliance with them. We'll find them as soon as possible. All right, Brother Yellow Emperor, let me know if there's anything. But you have to be wary of that mysterious purple-robed woman. She won't give up until she gets the square prison. After some discussion, Everyone nodded in agreement. "Oh right, someone is looking for you. I think he's called Feng Moyang. Bai Yuxing and his wife are with her now, and she seems to have a powerful background. She's with a certain divine race." "Her?" Lin Ling frowned. He felt that Feng Moyang was strange. After all, Lin Ling had already dissolved their relationship as husband and wife. He had even helped her several times. Why was she still pestering him? "Lin Ling, be careful," Bai Yuxing warned again. "Yeah, this Feng Moyang is said to be from the Chaos Realm and has just entered the Dao Pagoda. But she keeps looking for you. There must be some conspiracy," the Yellow Emperor said. "Then you should stay away from her as much as possible. She can't find me now. After some time, she'll forget about me," Lin Ling said. Then, he drank with everyone and returned to Wuxia after a few days. The sky was still filled with wind and snow, and the temperature was below zero. Lin Ling just stood there looking into the distance. "The square prison gives me the feeling that it's in Wuxia, but I can't sense its specific location. It's really strange. Could it be that something brought the prison here? Now, I don't know where to find it. It's better to go home and take a look." Lin Ling stepped out and flew towards a city in the south of Wuxia. His speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the city. That place was called Xiaozhou. It was a fourth-tier city in Wuxia. Although its development was very slow, it was an ancient city with a long history. This was also the place where Lin Ling grew up. Lin Ling appeared on the street and attracted a lot of attention. Lin Ling looked at the street and a wisp of thought entered his mind. It was a very, very long memory. It was a memory before he went to another world. Back then, he was killed by a truck in order to save a child and went to another world. Now that he had returned, it was as if he had been reborn. Since I'm back, perhaps the heavens want me to make up for the regret of that year. Or perhaps, there is a small knot in my heart that I have cultivated for many years. Lin Ling suddenly smiled. His heart, which was originally at a loss, suddenly seemed to have a purpose. Humans would have regrets. Before he died, he naturally had them too. However, these regrets were not big. Lin Ling had forgotten about them. Now Lin Ling was already a god. He planned to make up for those regrets that had passed away. This place seems to be called the pedestrian street. Lin Ling looked at the lively shops on both sides. He saw that the shops were all specialty shops that sold gold jewelry. Of course, there were also some foreign brands such as Nike. People entered one after another. The street was extremely lively. Of course, the people nearby were looking at him strangely. Nowadays, young people like to release themselves. Some time ago, I saw a woman wearing a kimono. Now, I see a man wearing an ancient robe. Quite professional. Even his hair is dyed white. Young people like to do these special things. However, it's not very professional. Look at that head of white hair. It's too shiny. How can dyed hair have such an effect? There were whispers all around. Although the passers-by found it strange, they did not stare at Lin Ling as if he was a monster. After all, in this era, there were all kinds of strange things. Dressing up as an ancient person was not a rare thing. I didn't expect that there would be people commenting on my hair. Lin Ling was speechless. His gaze swept around and fell on an Antas specialty shop. He then walked in and planned to change his clothes. After he entered the shop, many people looked at him strangely. However, Lin Ling ignored them. After choosing his clothes and shoes, he went into the fitting room to change. By the time he came out again, his white hair had already turned black and was even shorter. A set of energetic sportswear was worn on him. It was very fitting. He dyed his hair black when he changed clothes? He's wearing a wig, right? Some women were secretly shocked. How much is it? Lin Ling shook his head with a smile and went to pay the bill. However, he soon realized that he did not have any money. He only had endless treasures on him. He did not even have gold. Of course, with his strength, it was not difficult to change some money. Chapter 52-56. That's right. Hello, the total is 1,329 yuan. I've already given you a discount. Are you using Alipay or WeChat? Okay. The beautiful shop assistant said politely to Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling's clothes were strange before, After changing into normal clothes, she realized that this young man was quite handsome. Alipay? Lin Ling blinked. He had no idea what Alipay was. He smiled and said, "Cash." He could still change some cash, but he really didn't know how to change it into Alipay. After all, he had never seen it before. He took out a stack of cash with his right hand and handed it over. Of course, the cash was fake. However, Lin Ling wouldn't take advantage of it. He also put down some treasures that could change the luck of the shop, at least doubling the number of customers. In this way, the owner of the shop not only didn't lose money, but also made a profit. Later, Lin Ling appeared on the street. Looking at the endless stream of people, he didn't know where to go for a while. In his previous life, he was an orphan. Both his parents were dead. Even if he had relatives, they were distant relatives. Moreover, he had been estranged from his relatives since he was young and hadn't seen them for many years. When I'm free, I'll go back and see them. Although my relatives are in the Lin Ling universe, they are still fated to be with me. However, when I came back, it was 1 month after my death, and I was still in university. Let's go to college. Since Lin Ling planned to resolve his regrets and worries, he would go back to the places he had been to. Perhaps in the process, he could untie the knot in his heart and break through to the next realm. However, I don't have any money now. Everything is inconvenient. Lin Ling shook his head again. He saw a woman passing by and finished her phone call. He immediately smiled and said, "Can I borrow your phone?" The woman looked vigilant, as if she was afraid of encountering a swindler. However, she saw Lin Ling's clear eyes and clean clothes. He didn't seem like a swindler. "Don't worry, I'll reward you," Lin Ling said again. The woman hesitated for a moment and finally handed over the phone. Lin Ling called Mr. Gu. "Hello, you are?" The indifferent voice of the old man came from the other side. "I'm Lin Ling," Lin Ling said directly. "Mr. Lin." Mr. G's voice changed instantly. It was full of politeness and awe. "How can I help you?" Lin Ling immediately stated his purpose, and Mr. Gu was stunned. "Lack of money? Mr. Lin, who is so powerful, is also short of money? I'm sorry, but I'm still in the capital. How about this? I'll get Tang Chao to send you the money immediately." "All right, I'll wait for you for at most 10 minutes. Lin Ling said the address, then covered the phone and thanked the woman. "No need." The woman immediately smiled at Lin Ling. Only then did Lin Ling take a look at her. He saw that she was quite cute. She was very tall and wore a blue dress. On her feet were cartoon cloth shoes and knee socks. She gave off a youthful and lively feeling. She was about the same age as Lin Ling. All in all, she was an extremely elegant young lady. "Sun Lin, what are you doing here?" The young lady wanted to leave, but at that moment, a few of her friends came over and looked at Lin Ling strangely. "No way, borrowing the phone and looking for an opportunity to strike up a conversation with you? Sun Lin, your charm is just too scary." One of the young ladies with a face full of pimples looked at Lin Ling from head to toe. "Xiao Dao, don't talk nonsense. He's just borrowing the phone. That's it, nothing else." The girl named Sun Lin suddenly panicked. Previously, she had also seen Lin Ling's glance at her. She had always been disgusted by such gazes. She wanted to leave in the first place. However, she then realized that Lin Ling's gaze was filled with admiration. It was different from other men's eyes. It was very clear, which made her feel strange. After all, when she first came to Xiaozhou University to report, all kinds of seniors and peers were constantly looking for opportunities to get close to her, which made her feel helpless. He's wearing an anta outfit. Looks like he doesn't have much money." The young lady named Xiao Tao looked at Lin Ling from head to toe, then suddenly shook her head and said, "If he's not here to strike up a conversation, then you have to be careful of scammers. Scammers nowadays have high-end skills. They can steal your money through various channels." "Xiao Tao, don't misunderstand. He didn't bring his phone, so he borrowed it to make a call. Moreover, he's already sent someone over. I heard everything." Xiao Sun Lin suddenly panicked. "You didn't bring your phone?" The girl beside Xiao Tao suddenly asked Lin Ling with an extremely cold attitude. Looking at her clothes, branded from head to toe, and the Louis Vuitton bag in her hand, Her family background was probably quite good. I don't have a phone, Lin Ling said bluntly. No phone? Who doesn't have a phone these days? I think he's a scammer. The girl with the Louis Vuitton bag suddenly exclaimed. He's definitely a scammer. Everyone come, don't let the scammer escape. Xiao Tao also saw through Lin Ling's expression. She then said to Xiao Sun Lin, you just graduated from high school. You don't know the dangers of society. Be careful of your account being hacked. Hearing that, Xiao Sun Lin also became a little cautious. However, she still felt that Lin Ling did not seem like a scammer. He's wearing an anta outfit, and it's only about 1,000 yuan from head to toe. One look and you can tell that he's a poor person. He thinks that wearing an anta outfit means he's wearing branded clothes. That way, he can make people lower their guard and take the opportunity to scam someone. The girl with the Louis Vuitton bag said again. There were already quite a number of people surrounding them. All of them were looking at Lin Ling with colored eyes. A few young men wanted to be the hero to save the damsel in distress. Call the police. We'll watch him here. He won't be able to escape. He's so young, but I didn't expect him to be a scammer. Most people did not understand the situation. However, seeing that Xiao Sun Lin and the rest were pretty and well-dressed, they naturally believed what they said. That troublesome? Lin Ling frowned slightly, but he was not too angry. After all, he had traveled extensively. What had he not seen before? Why would he be bothered by these girls' slander? Moreover, the girl did lend him her phone to call him. That was what caused the misunderstanding. Don't worry. My friend is coming. Wait a moment. I'll get him to reward you. Lin Ling laughed. There's no need. It's just a phone call. Xiao Sun Lin immediately waved her hand and complained to her best friend, don't make a big deal out of a small matter. I didn't lose anything at all. Sun Lin, even if you did lose something, would you know in the short term? From what I see, it's best to call the police. Xiao Tao was still staring at Lin Ling. She mocked again. Reward? What kind of reward can you give? You don't even have a phone. How much money do you have? Do you have a car? Do you have a house? How much is your monthly income? She looked down on Lin Ling. I don't have any of those. Lin Ling was also honest. The main thing was, he did not know how important the so-called car, house, and income were. He had been cultivating for many years. Only heavenly materials and earthly treasures were the most precious. Everything else was like floating clouds. How dare you talk about reward when you're so poor? The girls were chattering away. At that moment, a policeman finally arrived. He frowned at Xiao Tao and the rest and asked, what happened? Chapter 52-57. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, Police, he's lying. Xiao Tao immediately pointed at Lin Ling and said, we lent him our phones. He must have done something behind the scenes. Now, he even said that he would be paid. If he's not a scammer, what is he? The few police officers were very fair. They looked at Lin Ling, then asked, who borrowed the phone? It was me. Xiao Xuanlin quickly said, then explained for Lin Ling, I don't think he's a scammer. It's true. This is all a misunderstanding. Xuanlin, you're still too kind. For someone like him who has no money and no job, if he wants to live, he must have cheated. Let the police investigate and we'll know. Xiao Tao quickly said, Police uncle, I'm Lu Yingying from the Lu family. The Lu family that develops real estate in Wujiang district. You should know that she's my classmate. The girl holding the LV jewel also said. Lu family? Everyone's expression changed drastically. The Lu family was one of the wealthiest families in Xiaozhou City. They started off with real estate and had a net worth of more than 1 billion. In a fourth-tier city like Xiaozhou, they could be considered nouveau riche. All right, we'll investigate. The few police officers nodded and looked at Lin Ling. Excuse me, where's your ID? Lin Ling did not have an ID. He said helplessly, it's with my friend. He's on his way. With that, everyone suspected that Lin Ling was a scammer. In this day and age, who would casually hand over their ID to their friends? Lin Ling must be looking for an excuse. Sure enough, the few police officers also felt that it was strange. No phone, no ID. This kind of person was very suspicious. Beep beep. At that moment, Xiao Xuanlin's phone rang. It was an unknown number. She immediately picked it up. Put it on speaker. Xiao Tao said immediately. She wanted to see who Lin Ling's accomplice was. Mr. Lin, we're here. May I know where you are on the pedestrian street? The other party spoke very politely. Xiao Tao immediately looked at Lin Ling. Her eyes were filled with the look of seeing through him. Pretend, keep pretending. I'm at the door of an Anta store. As for the exact location, I'm not sure. Lin Ling immediately said into the phone. Okay, we'll be there in a minute. We're driving over now. The voice on the other end was filled with anxiety. Then he hung up the phone. Drive? Everyone present almost laughed out loud. It was broad daylight now, and small cars were not allowed to pass through the pedestrian street. Otherwise, how could it be called a pedestrian street? He is indeed a swindler. He has no skill at all. Take him to the police station. Xiao Tao and the others spoke one after another. Even the few policemen felt that Lin Ling was too strange. He spoke and did things as if it was a matter of course, without any law or discipline. Screech. At this moment, the sound of car brakes could be heard. Then more and more of them appeared. Many people looked at the street and saw a large number of luxury cars driving in. There were Porsches, Maseratis, Ferraris, and even the worst ones were Mercedes-Benz and BMW. Moreover, there were so many of these luxury cars that they occupied half of the pedestrian street. What a beautiful car! The whole street was in an uproar. For a fourth-tier city, Porsche cars were relatively rare. What was even rarer was that so many luxury cars were gathered together. Mr. Lin. The luxury cars stopped and a middle-aged man walked out. He was wearing a suit and looked like someone with a strong background. However, Lin Ling did not know him. Mr. Tang asked me to come. The man came in front of Lin Ling and said respectfully. Then he looked at the policeman and said, "We have a pass." The few policemen did not say much, but asked, "Someone said that he is a swindler. Do you have his ID card?" Tang Chao had already prepared Lin Ling's ID card, so the man took it out. The policeman scanned the ID card and saw that it was fine. He immediately looked at Xiao Xuanlin and said, "I'm afraid this is a misunderstanding." At this moment, Xiao Tao and the others were looking at those luxury cars in shock. Even the daughter of the Liu family was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. That was because many of those luxury cars were limited edition. Even her garage did not have them. Moreover, with so many luxury cars gathered, even if she had seen a big scene, it was the first time she had seen such a luxurious lineup. How could such a person be a swindler? The steering wheel of one of those luxury cars was probably more expensive than Xiao Xuanlin's phone. "Xuanlin, you have to be careful. Luxury cars can be rented these days." Suddenly, Xiao Tao frowned. She still did not believe Lin Ling. After all, if he owned so many luxury cars, why would he wear an anta? Therefore, those luxury cars definitely had nothing to do with this young man. "You must be Mr. Tang's man." Lin Ling looked at the middle-aged man and said calmly, "I borrowed her phone and promised to give her some compensation." "Look, what are you giving her?" "That's easy." The middle-aged man immediately bowed slightly to Xiao Xuanlin and said with a smile, "Miss, we will give you 500,000. What do you think?" 500,000. Not only Xiao Xuanlin, but everyone present also stared. 500,000 just to borrow a phone to make a call? Was he crazy? Xiao Xuanlin was also shocked. She had seen some rich people throwing money around on the internet. They would throw out millions and millions, but she had always thought that it was an isolated incident. In society, it was not so easy to encounter such a thing. But today, she encountered it. Not enough? Then 1 million. The middle-aged man was still smiling politely. The street was silent. The few policemen smiled bitterly and turned to leave. They all knew that this was probably a misunderstanding. However, borrowing a phone for 1 million was an eye-opener for them. 1 million? Xiao Tao was also shocked, but she kept shaking her head. This was fake. It was definitely fake. How could a young boy wearing an anta be so rich? She could not help but stare at Lin Ling. She wanted to see Lin Ling's heartache. After all, she thought that Lin Ling was faking it. However, Lin Ling was indifferent. To him, money was not as valuable as a stone in the Dao Pagoda. How about this 2 million and a luxury car? You can take the car here if you like it. The middle-aged man saw that Xiao Xuanlin was still silent and said again. At that moment, the people on the street were dizzy. They could not wait to give their phones to Lin Ling. Even the girl holding the Louis Vuitton bag had such thoughts. As for Xiao Tao, needless to say, her face was full of envy. However, Xiao Xuanlin was obviously not someone who was greedy for money. Her parents had taught her since she was a child that she was not allowed to accept money from unknown sources. Therefore, she shook her head and said, "No need. I'm just borrowing a phone. If you feel that you owe me, then treat me to a meal when you have time." The reason why she said a meal was that she was afraid that these people would pester her and insist on giving her money. "Miss, as long as you don't care." The middle-aged man suddenly smiled and did not try to persuade her anymore. "Tisk, it's just for show." Xiao Tao's eyes suddenly flashed. These people knew that Xiao Suner would not accept it, so they deliberately said that. This meant that the 1 million or 2 million and the luxury car were all just empty words. Ding dong. At that moment, Xiao Xuanlin's phone beeped with a text message notification. She immediately picked it up and saw a line of words written on it. Your savings card account ending with 0457 received 3 million renminbi at 10:24 on December 8th. Chapter 5258. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Looking at the text message, Xiao Xuanlin was stunned. Xiao Tao snatched the phone from her and was also stunned. He really received 3 million. Xiao Tao shrieked. 3 million for a phone call. How could there be such a cheap deal? The girls were stunned on the spot, and the people on the street were stunned as well. After that, an uproar resounded. After all, they had lived for so long, and it was the first time they had seen someone pay 3 million for a phone call. 3 million. That was enough to buy a house in a small town like Xiaozhou. If it were a normal family, it would be enough for them to eat and drink for the rest of their lives. "Hey, I can't accept this money." At that moment, Xiao Xuanlin reacted. She wanted to find Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had already disappeared. The luxury cars on the street were also leaving. "Xuanlin, he even knows your bank card. I'm afraid he's from a powerful background." "But how could someone like that not have a phone? I think he's looking for an opportunity to hit on our little beauty Xuanlin. But this method of hitting on her is unprecedented." Xiao Tao and the girls were envious. If a man were to hit on them like that, they would definitely say yes. As for the Lu family's daughter, her expression was a little ugly. She had the temperament and status, so why was there no man who would do that to her? She looked around and saw that everyone was looking at her with envy, but they were all looking at Xiao Xuanlin. That made her even more annoyed. His previous feat of borrowing 3 million for a phone call was no different from a public proposal. Girls liked romance and vanity, and she was no exception. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce was driving down the street. Lin Ling was sitting in the car. He looked out the window and saw that there were tall buildings all around. It was completely different from what he remembered. Of course, compared to him who had traveled extensively and seen all kinds of fairyland, these tall buildings were still too short. What surprised him was that his hometown had developed so quickly. "Mr. Lin, where are we going?" The middle-aged man turned around and asked with a smile. He was driving personally because Mr. Tang had repeatedly reminded him to serve Lin Ling well. He was very curious about Lin Ling's identity, for Mr. Tang to treat him so politely. However, he did not dare to disobey Mr. Tang's words. After all, Mr. Tang's background was too great. Of course, compared to ordinary people, his background was not small. He owned several corporations in South China and had a net worth of tens of billions. Now, he was willing to put down his status and drive for Lin Ling. Moreover, although he was curious, he could see a kind of calmness and composure in Lin Ling's eyes, as if he did not care about anything. This allowed him to confirm in his heart that this young man's status was indeed not low, otherwise, how could he be so calm? "Let's go to Xiaozhou Academy." At this moment, Lin Ling's voice sounded. Put me down a few streets in front of the academy, I'll walk there. Alright. The middle-aged man immediately nodded. A moment later, the Rolls-Royce stopped by the roadside, attracting a lot of attention. Lin Ling got out of the car and walked towards Xiaozhou Academy according to his memory. Xiaozhou Academy was the university where Lin Ling had studied before his death. This academy was one of the top universities in Xiaozhou, but compared to Wuxia, it could be considered a third-rate university. The reason why Lin Ling came back was naturally not to study, but to take a look. He had a feeling that if he went back, he would be able to settle some of his worries. Although it was a small matter, it could still fulfill his heart. Not long after, he arrived at Xiaozhou Academy. He saw a large number of young people entering and leaving this ancient academy, performing the Song of Youth. Lin Ling looked at this scene and smiled. Then, he blended into the crowd and entered the university. Although he had disappeared for a long time, Mr. Tang had already taken care of everything for him. It could be said that when Lin Ling said that he wanted to go to Xiaozhou Academy, Mr. Tang had immediately arranged for someone to deal with it. Therefore, Lin Ling easily entered the university. Hey, isn't this Lin Ling? A long time no see. You're too good at skipping classes. Not long after, several young people looked at Lin Ling in surprise. They were Lin Ling's classmates. The person who spoke was from a family that owned a factory and had a net worth of tens of millions. He was considered to be one of the best in the circle of classmates. Li Jian. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and recognized this classmate. Don't tell me you've forgotten our names? We graduated from high school together. Those classmates were suddenly speechless. Where have you been all this time? I haven't seen you for a long time. Tell me honestly, did you run out of money and did some sneaky things? The young man named Li Jian laughed. He seemed to be familiar with Lin Ling, but he had always looked down on Lin Ling since he was young. He's probably locked up in the police station. The others laughed as well. Lin Ling was an extremely low-key existence among his classmates. If they had not seen Lin Ling, they would have long forgotten about him. Lin Ling smiled and did not mind their contempt. Let's go to class. Li Jian and the others led Lin Ling to the classroom. Without a doubt, Lin Ling's appearance caused an uproar in the class. All kinds of jokes could be heard. Lin Ling, I thought you didn't want to study anymore. He disappeared for a whole year. Where did he go this year? Don't tell me he went to start a business. Look at him. He's dressed in enta. He's doing pretty well. It's just enta. Many classmates joked with Lin Ling. They were used to Lin Ling's character. He was easy to talk to and always kept a low profile. Of course, with Lin Ling's aptitude, he could not afford to be high profile. In short, he was just a passerby since young. Moreover, many of them had studied with Lin Ling since junior high and high school. They knew Lin Ling very well. Hello everyone. Lin Ling naturally did not care about the mockery. On the contrary, he felt warmth in his heart. He felt that his soul force and cultivation realm were increasing. It was as if meeting these long-lost classmates satisfied the regret in his heart. He had been fighting in the universe for thousands of years. His heart was numb. It had been a long time since he experienced such an ordinary scene. He walked to his seat and sat down. The classmates quickly forgot about Lin Ling. After all, he was just a passerby. Jokes were more or less enough. At this time, a class teacher came to class. He glanced at Lin Ling and continued with the class. It was as if Lin Ling had never disappeared and never returned. They did a good job. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He hated being treated as a different person after returning. This was exactly what he wanted to see. You're good, Oli. You disappeared for a year and came back. I really thought you stopped studying. Beside him, a skinny guy came over and said with a smile. He was Lin Ling's best friend in high school. His nickname was Didida. The main reason was that this guy was too talkative. He was endless and kept on beeping. However, you came back at the right time. This year's juniors, TSK. They're really pretty. Many people in the class are targeting them. However, it's useless to tell you this. First, you're a blockhead. Second, even if you're interested, you can't get her. The skinny guy kept talking in Lin Ling's ear. Chapter 52-59. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Lin Ling was speechless. As expected of Didi Dada. He recalled the incident the last time he came back. At that time, he was running a midnight snack stall. When he left, he had alarmed the nearby area. Now that it had been so long, he wondered how it was going. Lin Ling spent the entire class with Didi Dada nagging. After the class, the teacher left. Everyone started to get lively. The next class is free activities. The basketball match is about to start. We can't lose to those guys from class 2. I heard that there are freshmen participating in this basketball class. We can't lose to them, especially in front of the freshmen. The class was bustling with noise. That's right. We can't lose to those freshmen. We must win today's match and then beat class 2 tomorrow. A girl with a face full of pimples stood up and said, "Now, the main players and substitutes have been decided. However, the rest of you need to help too." Didi Dada, Lin Ling, Lu Wei. The girl kept pointing at her classmates and said, "You guys are responsible for moving the drinks to the field." "No way. Why should we move the drinks?" Didi Dada was unhappy. "You can choose not to go. However, the prerequisite is that you can represent our class in the competition. You can choose the main players and the substitutes. I'll say this first. If you drag our class down and lose, our class won't forgive you." The girl said coldly. Her name was Cui Ping. She was also the class monitor. Didi Dada could not answer. "Move the drinks obediently. With your skinny arms and legs, how can you win against others? Since you can't participate, you can only do your best." Li Jian and the rest were jeering. Their faces were full of contempt. "This is pissing me off." Didi Dada was unhappy. However, Lin Ling patted him on the shoulder and said, "Move it then. You don't need to do much. They are the ones who are tired from playing basketball." "I know. However, why should we be the coolie while they are the heroes? Then do you know how to play basketball?" "I don't." Didi Dada had no choice but to carry the drinks obediently. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was indifferent. He had originally come back to experience these things. At this moment, a large number of people had already gathered in the school's largest field. A red horizontal board was hung, announcing the friendly match between the freshmen and sophomores. Of course, although it was called a friendly battle, the smell of gunpowder was actually very strong. The main reason was that this year's first-year juniors were very beautiful. The second-year seniors were all very tempted and couldn't wait to perform in front of those juniors. However, the first-year juniors naturally weren't willing to do so. They couldn't wait to torture their seniors. "Come on, come on, come on." Cheers could be heard all around the field. Cui Ping's eyes were fixed on a young man on the field. The young man had fair skin and a height of 183 meters. Every time he dribbled or threw the ball, it would cause waves of cheers. His name was Xianxia, and he was also the most handsome guy in their class. Not to mention the second-year students, even the first-year students had a crush on him. "Hurry up, all of you. What kind of men are you?" After staring at them for a while, she turned to look at Lin Ling and the rest. That was because most of the drinks in the field had already been consumed. F***ck that be ***. Didi Dada was already sweating from exhaustion. "There are so many people in this field, and everyone is drinking our drinks. When are we going to finish moving?" That's right. There was another person beside him who was also dog-tired and had a disgruntled look on his face. "It's just moving the drinks. Why are you guys complaining so much? Just continue moving." Lin Ling had a nonchalant look on his face. You aren't even sweating. Are you slacking off?" Didi Dada looked at Lin Ling as if it had discovered a new continent. Lin Ling was sweating. How heavy could those drinks be? Forget about the drinks. Even if he was carrying the entire Xiaozhou, he wouldn't sweat. "It's you." Just as Lin Ling and the rest placed the drinks by the field, a young girl suddenly ran over. She looked very happy. The young girl was wearing a basketball jersey and sneakers. Under the long johns were long and slender legs. Most importantly, if she wasn't Xiao Xuanlin, who else could she be? "It's you." Lin Ling was also very surprised. This damn. Is this junior blind? She actually took the initiative to talk to old Lin? Didi Dada was dumbfounded. In their opinion, Lin Ling was really very low-key and inconspicuous. Even if the beauty talked to Didi Dada, it was impossible for her to talk to Lin Ling. Moreover, she was a great beauty. Didi Dada, she's the campus belle, Xiao Xuanlin. The guy surnamed Lu exclaimed. Didi Dada blinked. Campus belle? Why is there another one? She's a first-year junior. She just came here not long ago. That's why the campus belle list changed. Of course, you don't know. The campus belle took the initiative to talk to Lin Ling. Is she blind or is God blind? While they were criticizing in their hearts, there were also many gazes around them. Their gazes were mixed with anger. In fact, today's friendly competition was mostly aimed at the campus belle beauties. However, the prettiest campus belle was not paying attention to the field. Instead, she was talking to a senior who was moving the drinks. On what basis? You're studying here too? I always thought you were studying at a famous university overseas. At that moment, Xiao Xuanlin said excitedly. She did not expect to see Lin Ling again. What? Famous university? That kid was almost expelled. Didi Dada screamed. Xiao Xuanlin ignored him. In her opinion, for someone who could casually give out 3 million, studying at a famous university was child's play. Moreover, he was moving drinks? Oh right, your money. Xiao Xuanlin said again. It's just a small matter. If you treat me as a friend, don't mention this again. Lin Ling said with a smile. How about this? After I graduate, I'll slowly return it to you. Whatever. Lin Ling did not care at all. Both Didi Dada guys looked at him with disdain. Money? How much money could Lin Ling have? They remembered that he used to borrow money from them for meals. Lin Ling, why aren't you guys moving the drinks? What are you doing there? At that moment, a cold voice was heard. They saw that the basketball match was being paused, and the class monitor, Xianxia, was looking at them coldly. He was pissed, extremely pissed. Previously, he scored 10 points in a row and beat DE by 2 points to end the first quarter. The audience was in an uproar. However, Xiao Xuanlin did not see him. Instead, she was talking to Lin Ling. How could a person moving drinks be compared to him? What an arrogant tone. We're all servants now. Didi Dada was furious. Why aren't you guys moving? Even the class monitor, Cui Ping, stood up and spoke. Let's go. Lin Ling nodded at Didi Dada and continued moving the drinks. Junjie, those three are trash. They're at the bottom of the class. Even after graduation, they'll be doing manual labor. Ignore them. Cui Ping said to Junjie and handed him a towel at the same time. I know. However, we're trying so hard to fight for it, but they're flirting with girls. That's ridiculous. Junjie frowned. Don't worry. You guys will pour the drinks away later. They can only continue moving. Cui Ping smiled. However, she did not know that Lin Ling had heard everything they said. This made Lin Ling frown. Although he did not mind the ridicule from his classmates, he did not want to be treated as a fool, especially when Didi Dada was implicated. Chapter 5260. Lin Ling, what's wrong? Didi Da asked curiously when he saw Lin Ling suddenly stop. We won't be moving these drinks. Lin Ling didn't return to the classroom and walked towards the field. I didn't want to move them for a long time. Old Lu, let's go and look at the girls. Didi Da couldn't wait and followed Lin Ling back. When did Lin Ling become so bold? The young man called Old Lu was surprised. They walked back to the field, but Xiao Xuanlin hadn't left yet. She was surprised when she saw Lin Ling. You guys? We won't be moving the drinks. Ling Xiao said. That's good. Why don't I ask my classmates to help? Xiao Xuanlin suggested. In her opinion, Lin Ling, who could casually throw out 3 million without batting an eyelid, wouldn't be able to do such heavy work. Moreover, she was also surprised. After all, Lin Ling, who was a rich second generation, could do such low-key work. This was much better than other people of the same age. Lin Ling, what are you doing? When Ping saw Lin Ling and the rest sitting, she immediately walked over angrily. You three useless trash. I asked you to do some work and you dare to slack off. Cui Ping pointed at Lin Ling and the rest. Her voice was very loud and attracted many people's attention. At this moment, Didida and the rest felt extremely embarrassed. They were seniors, but now they were being mocked by the juniors. This class monitor Chui Ping really didn't give them any face. "Why are you moving? We are tired," Didida said angrily. "If you want to move, do it yourself. You only know how to use us as coolies. Are you guys still men? Don't tell me you want a woman to carry the drinks for you." Chui Ping felt that many people were looking at her, so she showed her dignity as the class monitor. "If you want to go, no one can stop you. Anyway, we are tired and need to rest." Didida didn't move and even went to get 3 drinks and gave one to Lin Ling and Old Lu. This is Chui Ping was so angry that she stomped her feet and said to the class, "Look, they don't care about the collective honor at all. They are too lawless. Didida, Lin Ling, Old Lu, hurry up and move. Xianxia and the others are working hard for the honor of the class. How can you not do anything? That's right. Lazy and lazy. What a shame. His junior is still watching. Hurry up." Many male students spoke up. "We're not going." At this moment, Lin Ling, who had been silent all this time, finally opened his mouth and directly refused. Everyone was very unhappy. However, at this time, the 3rd quarter of the basketball game had also ended. A few figures walked back, drenched in sweat. Seeing that there were no drinks, all of them were furious. "Class leader, I'm so thirsty. Why isn't there a bottle of water?" One of them said angrily, "We've been playing so hard, and now we're 10 points behind. There's still one more round. If we lose, our class will lose face." "Exactly. And if we don't advance, we won't be able to challenge Class 2 tomorrow." They all stood up and glared at Lin Ling and the others. "It's not like that, they're all tired." Xiao Sun and Lin Ling were next to them, so they spoke up for Lin Ling and the others. "A class is a team and also a boat. We're the main force in the game. If the others don't have the strength, then we'll do what we can. That's a team." Xianxia, who had been silent until now, said lightly, staring at Lin Ling and the others sarcastically. His words were very simple. "You don't know how to play basketball, you don't know anything. Moving the drinks is your responsibility. Or moving the drinks is more suitable for you." Lin Ling frowned instantly. In fact, it was not a big deal for him to move the drinks. However, they poured the drinks away. That was a waste of their efforts. That's right. A class is also a team. However, why are the 3 of us the only ones doing things like moving the drinks? There are so many people in the class. Why don't we take turns? Lin Ling narrowed his eyes and said. All the class was shocked. Lin Ling actually spoke up? One should know that Lin Ling had never fought for such things. He was afraid of offending others. Are you saying that you can participate in the game too? And then we'll move the drinks? Xianxia frowned and said. He looked extremely unhappy. Initially, he was targeting Didi Dada. He did not expect Lin Ling to refute him. That made him lose all his dignity. So be it. What's the big deal? Lin Ling said. Ling said indifferently. All the class was silent. Lin Ling meant that he could participate in the game too? So there was no need to move the drinks? Haha, are you kidding us? Do you know the rules? Do you know what a three-pointer is? Do you know how to dunk? Xianxia laughed. Someone who had never touched a basketball before wanted to participate in the game. That was an insult to basketball. You want to change players at the last minute? Senior, you're behind by 10 points. You're looking down on us by changing players at the last minute. The other freshmen also mocked. They stared at Lin Ling. They saw that Lin Ling was only 1.7 meters tall and had a skinny body. One look and they knew that he did not exercise often. This guy. If he dared to participate in the game, he would definitely be beaten to a pulp. All right, I'll let you participate in the game. Now that you're behind by 10 points, go and play. Xianxia was also angry. This Lin Ling wanted to make a fool of himself. Let him be. When their class is defeated, who will be the scapegoat? Lin Ling was too lazy to say anything. He walked towards the court without even changing his clothes. Old Ling, are you sure you want to go? Didi Dada's eyes almost popped out. He naturally knew that Lin Ling did not know how to play basketball. He was going to make a fool of himself. When they lose, the whole class will blame Lin Ling. He's overestimating himself. Cui Ping snorted gloatingly. Let him face reality. We'll go after 2 minutes. Qin Junjie sneered. Looking at Lin Ling entering the court, there was an uproar at the side of the court. Changing players at the last minute? Moreover, that young man was wearing an antas sportswear. He did not even have a basketball uniform. He was extremely amateurish. The seniors are giving us points again. Brothers, let's not be ungrateful. The other freshmen were also laughing. Naturally, they would fight for the opportunity to widen the gap. Lin Ling, you're up. Soon, Lin Ling's side started to serve the ball. Someone threw the ball to Lin Ling. At this moment, countless people were looking at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling took the ball and walked away. He walked for more than 10 steps. All the court was silent. Then, loud laughter could be heard. He was walking and it was obvious. Big. They were laughing so hard that their stomachs hurt. Deadass slapped his forehead. He could not bear to watch. He was not convinced when I said he was trash. Now you know. Qin Junjie said. Junjie drank his water and said with disdain. It was the other party's turn to serve the ball. He passed the ball a few times, and then threw an empty three-pointer in front of Lin Ling. Weakling. After the freshman made the shot, he waved his hand at Lin Ling in disdain. As a result, the gap was 13 points. However, Lin Ling did not care. After all, it was his first time playing basketball. He did not know the rules. But, next, it was Lin Ling's turn to serve the ball again. However, the other 4 did not let Lin Ling touch the ball to avoid embarrassing themselves. But, unfortunately, even when it was their turn to attack, they still could not score under the opponent's defense. The ball fell into the freshman's hands again. Chapter 5261. Remember in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free to read. Watch me. The team captain of the freshmen was called Xiao. He dribbled the ball in all sorts of ways and easily passed Lin Ling. Then he passed 2 more people in a row and did a windmill slam dunk. Now, the difference was 15 points. Xiao. The whole audience cheered. Lin Ling's classmates were extremely embarrassed and could not bear to watch anymore. Get ready to change players. Qin Junjie knew that it was time for him to play. However, the difference was 15 points. It would not be easy to catch up. Next, it was Lin Ling's turn to serve. The other 4 did not let Lin Ling touch the ball and kept moving forward. Give me the ball. However, Lin Ling also asked for the ball. He roughly looked at it and somewhat understood the rules. Now it was his turn to play. Give you my ass. There's a 15-point difference. If we don't catch up, we'll lose. Get ready to play. Brother Junjie, go. The other 4 said to Lin Ling with a look of disdain. Lin Ling frowned. Was it fine if they did not give him the ball? He took a step forward. His body was like moving clouds and flowing water. He appeared in front of the dribbling player. With a grab, the ball fell into his hands. He stole his own player's ball. The onlookers were shocked. It was as if they had seen a new world. It was the first time they had seen someone play like that. This Lin Ling is King crazy. He's trying to get us into trouble. I think he's going to make a move again. Qin Junjie frowned and then shook his head mockingly. He looked at the 5 freshmen opposite him. They were laughing so hard that their stomachs hurt. Lin Ling got the ball. It was another free point. Moreover, they had the same opinion as Qin Junjie. Lin Ling was definitely going to make a move. Sure enough, Lin Ling was unfamiliar with the ball. Then he picked up the ball and walked away. For Lin Ling, it was a little difficult to control the strength of the ball. After all, the basketball was too light. He was afraid that if he used too much strength, the basketball would explode. 1 step, 2 steps. Everyone stared at Lin Ling as he took his 3rd step. However, just as he was about to take his 3rd step, Lin Ling swung his right hand. Before the ball had even crossed half the court, it had already turned into a beautiful trajectory and shot towards the opposite basket like a cannonball. Bang! With a loud bang, the basket shook violently. When the basketball hit the basket, it actually flew up high. However, when it fell down, it actually fell out of the basket. The net let out a hollow sound, which was extremely pleasant to the ears. The whole place was dead silent. He threw the ball in the half-court and scored? That was a three-pointer. Even the referee was dumbfounded. He could only say that Lin Ling was really lucky. Damn it. The 5 freshmen looked as if their parents had died. They were so angry that they wanted to curse. Forget it, there are still 12 points left. They won't be able to catch up. I'll give him 3 points later. After they cursed angrily, they started to serve. Pa. They dribbled the ball and crossed half the court. The point guard made a hand gesture, indicating for the others to move according to the strategy. However, at that moment, a stream of light shot over. Before the point guard could react, the ball had already left his hand. It was Lin Ling. After Lin Ling easily stole the ball, he threw it. The hollow sound of the ball was heard once again. Another three-pointer in the half-court. F***ck, this is heaven-defying. 2 in a row. He's F***king the heavens just because of a disagreement? The whole stadium was in an uproar. If the first one was luck, then was the second also luck? Lin Ling, go for it. Give me another one. Waves of cheers could be heard. For many people, this game was too interesting. An outsider scored 6 points in a row and kept pulling the score closer. Zhu Dong, what the hell are you doing? Looking at the freshmen, they were all complaining about the point guard. At that moment, the point guard was also gritting his teeth in anger. It's my fault. I was careless before. Then, they started to serve again gloomily. However, just as they crossed half the court, a figure came at them like lightning. The point guard's pupils constricted and he sneered. You still want to try? His hands danced quickly. The ball was like a magic trick, constantly weaving in and out. It was a dazzling sight. He did not believe that Lin Ling would be able to intercept his ball while he was dribbling. However, before the point guard could react, the ball was once again stolen by Lin Ling. A beautiful arc crossed the sky. It was another long three-pointer. F***ck the heavens, F***ck the heavens, F***ck the heavens. The whole stadium was in a frenzy. Everyone stood up and shouted crazily. That was because in the blink of an eye, they had already caught up with 9 points. Furthermore, the freshmen could not score any points in such a short period of time. Most importantly, Lin Ling was the only one who made the move throughout the entire process. The other 4 players were like flower vases. Old Lin, you're awesome. Didi-da and the rest were trembling with excitement. It was too exciting. Damn, it was a pity that he did not go to the NBA. Bastard. Xianxia wanted to see Lin Ling make a fool of himself. However, he saw Lin Ling turn the tide and score 9 points in a row. His heart felt like it was about to explode. That kid is a little strange. Pass the ball more. Don't dribble. The freshmen's faces were solemn. They served again. This time, they kept passing the ball to prevent it from being intercepted. However, it was still useless. Lin Ling easily stole the ball and scored another long three-pointer. As a result, there were only 3 points left. However, there was not much time left. Give me the ball. At that moment, the freshman, Zodiac Yao, shouted angrily. After getting the ball, he rushed all the way and passed a few people in a row. Then he took off at the 2-point line and finally flew. He's flying. He's flying. Slam dunk. Seeing this scene, the freshman shouted excitedly. Now, there was not much time left. As long as he scored 2 more points, Lin Ling and the rest would not be able to catch up. He's just a layman. Even if he's lucky and scored a few three-pointers, he's dreaming if he wants to beat us. At that moment, Xiao Yao was soaring into the sky. He could even see that everyone was looking up at him. In front of him, the basket was getting closer and closer. He was going to slam dunk. He was going to slam dunk in front of Xiao Xuanlin and win this battle beautifully. Time passed, and the basket was right in front of him. Didi-da and the rest of the sophomores were gloomy. They could only watch Xiao Yao's dazzling slam dunk. Xianxia gritted his teeth. He was filled with hatred. After all, that glory did not belong to him. It belonged to a freshman. However, at that moment, a figure appeared. He was faster than Xiao Yao and leaped higher than Xiao Yao. A large hand, like the hand of Buddha, was guarding the last forbidden area. It came slamming down. It was Lin Ling. "It's you." Xiao Yao's face changed. Then he saw a hand slamming down on his basketball, preventing him from dunking. Bam! A dull sound was heard. Lin Ling's hand slammed down. Not only did it send the basketball flying, but it also sent Xiao Yao and the ball flying. Xiao Yao fell to the ground like a rubber ball and rolled a few meters away. The basketball flowed past him. He had obviously failed the slam dunk. However, it was not over yet. A gust of wind blew past him, scaring him. That was because the speed of the person was too fast. He quickly turned his head and saw that Lin Ling was already dribbling the basketball and rushing towards their basket. Before he reached the three-point line, Lin Ling jumped up. That was a three-point slam dunk. Chapter 5262. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. A three-point line slam dunk? The entire field, no, the entire Xiaozhou College was silent. How could there be a three-point line slam dunk? Even in the NBA, which was known for its extraordinary physique, no one could do a three-point line slam dunk. This was too unreasonable. Bang bang bang. Only the sound of the basketball hitting the ground could be heard in the field. Every hit seemed to hit the deepest part of everyone's heart. It was as if a passerby had suddenly turned into Superman. The score is tied. Lin Ling threw the basketball down and walked to the side of the field. Although the score was tied, would the freshmen still have the mood to play? Other than the shock in their hearts, they were more in awe and respect. F*CK, this is F*King F*CK. Xiao Yao had been completely defeated. Winning or losing was no longer important. As for Lin Ling's four teammates, they were as still as statues. Lin Ling had defeated the freshmen alone. Throughout the whole process, they were like puppets. They did not even need to play or touch the ball. Lin Ling walked to the side of the field and looked at Xianxia calmly. "Old Lin, you're awesome." Didi Dada was dancing as if it was the first time it met Lin Ling. "Amazing!" Xiao Xuanlin covered her mouth. Her eyes were full of stars. Cui Ping, Xianxia, and the rest were terrified. They could not say anything. "You're only fit to carry drinks," Lin Ling said to Xianxia calmly. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Xianxia opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but nothing came out in the end. He used to think that he was on the school team and Lin Ling did not know anything. He was only fit to carry drinks. But now, Lin Ling had turned the tide by himself. He lost 3 points no matter how hard he tried. He even did a three-point line slam dunk. How could he compete with Lin Ling? Since he could not compete, it was only natural for him to carry drinks. Fly, he actually flew. Xianxia was so angry that it was as if he had swallowed a volcano. He knew that the focus of today's basketball game was completely Lin Ling. Moreover, he could have lost to anyone else, but he just had to lose to the most low-key existence in the class. He had no place to put his face. Lin Ling didn't pay attention to the shocked crowd and left Xiaozhou Academy alone. Here, it was as if he had made up for the regrets in the depths of his heart. He felt that his realm had increased by a small margin. However, he also knew that returning to university was just like passing clouds. He wouldn't stay here for long. "Lin Ling, a call for you." At this moment, someone outside the gate saw Lin Ling. He immediately ran over and handed over a phone. Lin Ling frowned slightly. It was a fact that he did not have a phone, so these people were waiting for him at the university. "Hey!" Lin Ling took the phone. "Mr. Lin, I'm Gu Jian. It's like this. Yesterday, we received a report that someone had found 2 ancient stone tablets in the Qinling Mountains. However, these stone tablets are extremely mysterious. A group of people went there and all of them died. In the end, only one person managed to escape. So, we're planning to organize a group to go there and see what's going on. We'd like to ask if you're free to come along." "Stone tablets?" Lin Ling's eyes lit up. "What's the general situation?" We're not too sure about the specific situation. We only know that the person was delirious when he came back. He said that he saw many people talking and that it was a burial ground where ancient gods and demons were sealed. He's currently unconscious. All right, when do we depart? Immediately. I'll send someone to find you. Take this phone with you. It has a GPS tracker. We should be there in half a day. Lin Ling covered the phone and left. He was extremely shocked and full of anticipation. Stone tablets? Could it be the square prison? But why were there two of them? Could the last square prison be in Wuxia? At the thought of that, Lin Ling could not wait to rush to Qinling Mountains. However, Mr. Ji's people would only arrive in half a day. It would be useless for him to go there. After all, he had covered the entire Wuxia with his powerful soul power. However, he could not find the square prison. This meant that the square prison had a powerful force blocking him. Now, he could only wait for Mr. Ji's people to lead the way. It's rare for me to come here. It's time to go home. Lin Ling had another wish, which was to see his remaining relatives in this world. In fact, although Lin Ling's parents had passed away when he was young, he still had relatives. However, these relatives ignored him. No one wanted to carry a burden. In his impression, only his eldest uncle treated him well. However, his eldest uncle was blind since young and could not even take care of himself. Therefore, Lin Ling grew up in an orphanage. A few years ago, he had gone back to visit his eldest uncle once or twice. Although my eldest uncle has ignored me since I was young, he's still my family. If it was the Lin Ling of the past, he would have been too lazy to go back. However, the Lin Ling of today had seen too much of the world's fickleness and the ways of the world. Everything did not matter to him. As for the place where his uncle lived, it was a village. Lin Ling secretly remembered that when he was young, the village had been deserted. Now, it was much livelier and there were more outsiders. Moreover, this area seemed to be developing into a commercial district, causing it to be completely different from before. Following the main road, Lin Ling was constantly searching for his past memories. Although he rarely came here, it was the only place where he had relatives when he was young. However, at that time, he was mostly chased away. Hey, isn't this Lin Ling? Passing by a mahjong stall, a young man noticed Lin Ling and exclaimed as he ran out. Kid, aren't you in university? Why are you back? The young man was shocked. Lin Ling frowned and searched through his memories. He suddenly smiled. Cousin Lin Lu. Huh, I heard that you got into a third-rate university. Everyone thinks that you have a promising future. This young man was Lin Ling's cousin. His father was his second uncle. His second uncle had two sons. One was said to have a good future and the other was Lin Lu. However, although Lin Lu was unemployed, he had a lot of face in the neighborhood. It was said that he knew a lot of big shots. The two brothers, one black and one white, caused his second uncle's family to have the most face among the brothers. Are you here to see your eldest uncle? Lin Lu asked again. Lin Ling nodded. Lin Lu had long been used to Lin Ling's temper. He didn't know if it was because of his inferiority complex, but he had always been a man of few words. Let's go, I'll take you. Lin Lu was very enthusiastic as he led Lin Ling forward. Wow, Lin Ling is back. Along the way, many relatives came out. They all had their own small courtyard and there were luxurious cars in front of the gate. Audi A6, Mercedes-Benz GLC. Although they weren't top-grade luxurious cars, they weren't something that ordinary people could buy. Brother Lin Ling, you're back. How's your study? I've already said that your Xiaozhou Academy isn't up to standard. You didn't believe me. Isn't it good to follow me to Yanjing University? Che, you think Yanjing University is a place that anyone can enter? Little Yen, you're going to study abroad in the future. Brother Lin Ling can only find a company and be a small employee. A few girls who seemed to be around the same age as Lin Ling giggled. Their voices were full of contempt. Chapter 5263. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. That was normal. Lin Ling had been an orphan in his family since he was young. He was not capable, so his relatives naturally looked down on him. Lin Ling was still smiling. He looked at the luxury cars and the small courtyards and sighed secretly. In fact, Although his relatives were not rich, they were not bad. However, no one adopted him when he was young. His relatives all treated him as a burden. Lin Ling, you're here. At that moment, a woman dressed in jewelry walked out. She was Lin Yan's mother and Lin Ling's aunt. Her husband had a strong background. He had opened a company and his assets were close to 10 million. Aunt. Lin Ling immediately greeted her. You're here to see uncle. The woman smiled politely and said, How long until you graduate? Your uncle's company is still lacking a position. If you have no job after graduation, feel free to look for me. Thank you. Lin Ling smiled. However, he knew that when he was looking for a job, it would not be a good one. Most importantly, he would be bullied. While his relatives were chatting politely, Lin Ling arrived at a tile-roofed residential area. The area was very large, but it was an old brick house. This was where his uncle lived. Lin Ling had just arrived when he heard coughing. He shook his head secretly. Most of his relatives were not humane. They lived in luxurious houses and drove luxury cars, but they let his uncle live in these dilapidated houses. Even when he was sick, no one took care of him. Uncle! Lin Ling shouted and walked into the house. He saw that the house was a little dark. A yellow lamp was hanging, and an old man was sitting on the bed. When he heard the sound, he sat up happily. Lin Ling, you must be here. I haven't seen you in a long time. Looking at the old man, Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. To be honest, his uncle was not very good to him. Otherwise, he would not have been an orphan. However, his uncle was the one who treated him the best out of all his relatives. He often gave him money, even though it wasn't much. Uncle's eyes haven't recovered for many years. It seems that I have to treat him before I leave. Moreover, uncle has no one to take care of him all these years, leaving behind many patients. Lin Ling knew that his uncle did not have any children, so he planned to help him cleanse his body before he left. Lin Ling, come, let uncle touch you. Big uncle wanted to sit up, but Lin Ling quickly went over to help him. Then, the two of them started to talk. Big uncle kept saying that Lin Ling was very much like his dead father. Uncle. After an unknown period of time, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. Then, a fat man in a suit walked in. Lin Ling, you're here too. When he saw Lin Ling, he nodded slightly. Then, he ignored them and said to First Uncle, in order to comply with the reform and opening up, you really have to donate this piece of land. Now that everyone nearby has agreed, only your piece of land has been delayed for the longest time. I've brought the contract. As long as you sign it, you will live in a Western-style building with an elevator room. Isn't it better than this black brick house? This person was called Lingua. He was the eldest son of Big Uncle. It was said that his position was very high. In the southern suburbs, no one dared to disrespect him. He could be said to be the leader. As for his younger brother, Lin Lu, he is also someone who can reach the heavens. However, Lingua was obviously more difficult to talk to than Lin Yu. His mouth was full of bureaucratic language and was very majestic. When he met Lin Ling, he only greeted him. His eyes were full of disdain, looking down on Lin Ling. Lingua, I said that this land is not for sale. Big Uncle's face sank and said coldly. Lingua frowned. How many times have I said it? You're an antique. Forget it, there will be a big meeting in the village tomorrow. The whole village will be there. The Lin family will also be there. At that time, you won't have the chance to speak. Now that you've signed this contract, you'll get 2 houses. If you wait until tomorrow, everyone will share it. There won't be that much left. You decide. Lingua left after saying that. However, he also glanced at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, if you have time, persuade Big Uncle. People shouldn't be so stubborn. Oh right, you're about to graduate. After you graduate, come find me. I'll arrange 1 or 2 official positions for you. It's better than idling around. After saying that, he left the house while holding his nose. It was as if the smell of the house made him very uncomfortable. Lin Ling did not say anything. His eyes were flickering slightly. They've taken a fancy to this piece of land. At this time, Big Uncle snorted. This land was left behind by your grandfather. Back then, every son and daughter had a share. However, our land is more valuable. It's located by the road and needs to be developed. I heard last time that this land will be worth hundreds of millions if developed. They seem to be giving me 2 houses, but in reality, they want to sell this land behind my back for more. I may be blind, but my heart isn't. Big Uncle coughed as he spoke. He looked extremely agitated. All these years, he had been alone and no one cared about him. Now that the government was going to expropriate the land, these so-called relatives all came running over. They claimed that they were looking out for the rest of Big Uncle's life, but in reality, they were greedy for money. Big Uncle, come down. Lin Ling quickly poured a glass of water for Big Uncle. It's not that I'm agitated, but half of this land is yours. Big Uncle has been guarding it for you. Big Uncle suddenly said. Then he said to Lin Ling, take out the brick under the bed. The title deed is buried in it. Lin Ling's body suddenly trembled. The land left behind by his father? He quickly did as he was told. Then he found 2 yellowed title deeds under the bed. One belonged to Big Uncle, and the other belonged to Lin Ling's former father. When your grandfather left, he specifically told me that this piece of land was for you to get married and have children in the future. You used to be young and kind, so Big Uncle has been keeping it for you. After all, your second uncle and aunt have the hearts of wolves. They will definitely lie to you. Big Uncle took the title deed and caressed it as if it were a precious treasure. All these years, your Big Uncle couldn't take care of you. This is your Big Uncle's fault. Your father left early. Sigh, I pity you, child. As he spoke, he also cried. Lin Ling's heart softened. Although he was cold-blooded and ruthless in the Dao Pagoda, deep down, he was still Lin Ling. He was still a person. He didn't expect that Big Uncle had done so much for him in secret. Take good care of this title deed. When the time comes, sell it yourself. You can't let those guys get away with it. Big Uncle gave the 2 title deeds to Lin Ling. Big Uncle, this. Lin Ling was surprised. Big Uncle is old. It's useless to keep too much money. Just take it as Big Uncle making up for what he owed you all these years. After all, we are family. Big Uncle said to Lin Ling with a smile. He gave the 2 title deeds to Lin Ling. This piece of land was very big. If it was sold, it would be worth at least 100 million. After all, the nearby area had been developed. This place was like a village in the city. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and finally accepted it. He didn't want to let Big Uncle down. But for him, whether it was money or land, everything was like floating clouds. He could leave his property to anyone, but he didn't want to leave it to his second uncle. Moreover, before he left, he planned to cure Big Uncle's illness and let him live a long life and enjoy a good life. Thinking of this, Lin Ling suddenly felt very relaxed. The regret that had been suppressed in his heart seemed to have been resolved. Chapter 5264. It was the perfect supreme being. Lin Ling, stay here and rest tonight. Eldest uncle said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and looked at the dark surroundings. Then he began to tidy up. He had ignored his eldest uncle all these years. Now that he was back, he wanted to make it up to him. That night, he prepared the dishes and brought his eldest uncle here. He also prepared some wine. The 2 of them ate happily. Good. Little Ling, I didn't expect your culinary skills to be so good. This dish is so fragrant. Come, let me have a drink with you. Eldest uncle was in a good mood. For so many years, he had been eating alone most of the time. It had been a long time since he experienced such familial love. What he did not know was that Lin Ling had added some heavenly treasures from the realm of the gods into the dishes. Of course, Lin Ling did not dare to add too much. He only added a little. However, even if it was just a little, it was enough for his eldest uncle to cleanse his body. Moreover, Lin Ling secretly used his divine origin to clear his eldest uncle's meridians and wash away the chronic illness in his body. Eldest uncle drank the wine and talked about the past. It turned out that among the brothers, eldest uncle and Lin Ling's father had the best relationship. This was because the 2 of them had similar personalities. They were more old-fashioned. This could be considered as having similar tastes. Late at night, Lin Ling helped his eldest uncle to rest. Then, he entered into a state of cultivation. In fact, Someone had come to look for Lin Ling in the afternoon. However, Lin Ling rejected him and planned to leave the next day. Now, second uncle and little aunt wanted to covet the land that belonged to eldest uncle and his father. Lin Ling naturally would not let them have their way. After a quiet night, eldest uncle woke up at dawn the next day. This sleep was so comfortable. After eldest uncle woke up, he felt energized. His eyes could faintly see light, which made him extremely shocked. Moreover, the rheumatism of many years seemed to be much better. Eldest uncle. After Lin Ling finished washing up, he walked over with a smile. He naturally knew that this was the effect of the heaven and earth treasure he had put in the food last night. Let's go. Eldest uncle suddenly looked outside the door. He could faintly see light, but he couldn't care too much. Because today was the day when all the villagers gathered to discuss the sale of the land. His heart was burning with rage. He would never sell this piece of land even if he was beaten to death. Uncle, don't worry. The land will always belong to you, Lin Ling said with a smile. The uncle nodded, but he didn't take Lin Ling's words to heart. After the two of them left, they walked towards the village's ancestral hall. In this village, the biggest surname was the Lin family. They were the antiques of the village. Their ancestors could be traced back to the late Qing dynasty. Although the other surnames had been here for a long time, their heritage could not compare. Without a doubt, today was an extremely lively day. Everyone in the village knew that the land was going to be sold, and even more important figures were coming. They were all eager to receive great benefits. One by one, luxury cars drove into the village. Mercedes-Benz S600, BMW, and so on. There were even Maseratis. It was precisely because of such a luxurious lineup that the sound of firecrackers in the village was endless. The neighboring villages were filled with envy. Of course, whether it was in the same village or neighboring villages, they still talked about second uncle's family the most. After all, second uncle's children were all promising and were extremely famous in the nearby area. He then looked at Lin Ling and the others. They were slowly walking towards the ancestral hall. Before they even reached it, they were already surrounded by people chatting excitedly. However, when they saw eldest uncle and the rest, they fell silent again. Their expressions were extremely strange. All of them knew that it was eldest uncle's family that was delaying their acquisition of the land. Moreover, eldest uncle's family was in the best position in the village and was also the most valued by the conglomerates. This Lin Zheng is really an antique. He's guarding that rundown house every day. Is he thinking of bringing it into his coffin? He wants to suffer, but he doesn't want others to enjoy it. What a venomous old man. In my opinion, he's already so old. It's better for him to die early. Whispers could be heard. No one gave face to eldest uncle. Instead, they hated him. Eldest uncle naturally heard it, but he ignored it. Lin Ling's expression was ice cold. Who's that person supporting Lin Zheng? I think it's that kid from third uncle's family. He's so greedy. He came back when he knew that the land was going to be acquired. Third uncle's family isn't anything good either. Many people stared at Lin Ling. They felt that Lin Ling was back to split the family's assets. When eldest uncle heard those words, he paused in his steps. His expression clearly turned ugly, but he didn't say a word and continued forward. Not long after, they arrived at the ancestral hall. The ancestral hall was rather luxurious. There were two huge lions at the entrance. It was said that second uncle's family had spent a lot of money on it. Lin Zheng, you're here. In front of the ancestral hall, a white-haired old man sat there. He was the oldest great-granduncle of the Lin family. He had a very high seniority and no one in the village dared to disobey him. Even if eldest uncle met him, he had to address himself as a junior. Great-granduncle? Lin Zheng said faintly. The old man nodded. His attitude towards eldest uncle was very cold. Suddenly, he looked at Lin Ling and asked, "Who's this?" Third uncle's son. Eldest uncle knew that non-members of the Lin family were not allowed to participate in today's matter, so he revealed Lin Ling's identity. Third uncle? The old man frowned. He sized up Lin Ling and said disdainfully, "He's the same as third uncle. Useless. Great-granduncle, how can you say that? Eldest uncle couldn't hold it in any longer. They couldn't control outsiders when they spoke ill of them. How could he do nothing when his own family members spoke ill of them? Isn't that so? I heard that he went to a third-rate university, which can't even be considered as a famous university. His eldest son's daughter has already gone abroad to study. As for his second son's two sons, one is a civil servant and has a lot of connections, while the other has a lot of face and knows some financial groups. Our land was bought by him. Look at this Lin Ling. What's the point of him? They're both of the Lin family bloodline, but why is there such a huge difference? The old man said sarcastically. He was living a better life than eldest uncle, but he knew that it was all because of second uncle's family. Therefore, he valued second uncle's two sons very much and thought that they were both promising. As for Lin Ling, a piece of trash. Great-granduncle, we're all members of the Lin family. There's no need to speak so harshly. Eldest uncle said with a frown. Great-granduncle snorted. At that moment, a luxury car arrived. It was youngest aunt and her family. A $1 million Mercedes-Benz stopped by the roadside. Youngest aunt and her family alighted. Envious voices could be heard from all around. Lin Chui, you're here. That great-granduncle's expression also changed. He revealed a kind smile. Youngest aunt walked over with her husband, followed by her children. Her husband had a big belly and a bald head. He wore a suit and a dazzling golden watch on his wrist. He looked extremely wealthy. Great-granduncle. Youngest aunt greeted him with a smile when she saw him from afar. In fact, they weren't far from the ancestral hall. They could reach there in 10 minutes, but they had to drive over. Obviously, they were here to show off. Of course, this kind of showing off was also very effective. Everyone gave them respect. That great-granduncle even came out to greet them. Luxury cars weren't just a car. They represented one's status. Chapter 5265. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, of course, that was secondary. Soon, a few more luxury cars arrived. They were BMWs, Audis, and a few people got out of them. It was second uncle's family. At that moment, great-granduncle no longer showed a kind smile, but a flattering one. In the Lin family, second uncle's family was the most promising. Lin Yi, you're here. Isn't this Lingua and Linyu? Great-granduncle took the initiative to greet them again. Generally speaking, it was the younger generation who greeted him more due to his seniority. However, this time, he took the initiative to greet them. At the same time, he looked at Lin Ling with contempt and shook his head secretly. They were both descendants of the Lin family, but there was no comparison. Great-granduncle? Lin Gua and his brother replied with a smile. Following that, Lin Gua took out a bag of zhonghua and handed it to the elders present. Then, he said plainly, since everyone is here, let's talk about the land acquisition today. Lin Gua was like the head of the Lin family, speaking on behalf of the entire village. At that moment, the surroundings fell silent. Many people were looking forward to knowing how much money they would get. As of now, we have discussed with Daih Group and Fuyun Group. They will fully purchase the land in our village and compensate each family with 2 houses according to their actual size. Lin Gua said plainly, while we're rich, the neighboring villages don't even have that much compensation. They have money and houses and 2 houses. Everyone was excited. Our Lin Gua is still the best. He fought for everyone's benefits. The aunt also said with a smile. Indeed, I fought for this. I talked to the chairman of Daih Group and Fuyun Group for a long time. They finally gave in. Lin Gua said proudly. Daih Group and Fuyun Group were famous conglomerates in the country. Their chairmen were even among the top 10 richest people in the country. No one expected Lin Gua to be able to talk to such big shots face to face. One had to know that it was impossible for ordinary people to meet such powerful people. Good. Great-granduncle nodded happily. You 2 brothers have made a name for yourselves. Then he looked at everyone and said plainly, now Lin Gua and the rest have fought for the most benefits for us. Regarding the land acquisition, no one has any objections, right? I have no objections. Everyone was eager to get the money immediately, so how could they have any objections? Wait. However, Lin Gua said faintly, most of the people in the village have agreed, but there is one family who is stubborn. That is Uncle's family. With that, he looked at his uncle and said, Uncle, now that the village has agreed, what do you think? I refuse. First Uncle shook his head. Lin Zheng, you're dragging everyone down. Great-granduncle frowned and looked at great-uncle. Everyone agreed. Why didn't you agree? Aren't you going against the Lin family in the village? This piece of land was left to us by our ancestor. We can't sell it. Big Uncle shook his head stubbornly. Besides, that land of mine is worth over 100 million. How can you give me just 2 houses and some money as compensation? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Gua and the others' expressions changed slightly. They didn't expect their uncle to know the value of that piece of land. In fact, they knew even more and had secretly agreed with the consortium that as long as they could get that piece of land, they would be able to get close to 10 million yuan. That was why they wanted their uncle to hand over the land. Moreover, the consortium was most interested in their uncle's land. Lin Zheng, what nonsense are you talking about? You're too greedy. Everyone has the same piece of land. Why should your land be worth over 100 million? Great-granduncle continued to say, exasperated at Lin Zheng's failure to live up to his expectations. Back then, my father divided the land, and my piece of land was full of useless rocks. You didn't want it and snatched the good land instead. Now that my piece of land is worth a lot of money, you want to snatch it from me. First Uncle said coldly, Big brother, the land acquisition isn't your idea alone. It's the idea of the Lin family and the entire village. Now that great-granduncle has spoken, are you going to go against everyone's wishes? Second uncle also said, his eyes cold. Today, whether his big brother was willing or not, they were going to get the land. That's right, big brother. Hand it over and let everyone have a good life. Youngest aunt also tried to persuade him. How about this? The entire village will vote. As long as one person agrees not to sell, we have nothing to say. At that moment, Lin Gua didn't wait for his uncle to speak. He represented everyone and made the decision. First uncle naturally knew that the villagers were eager to sell the land. What was the point of voting? I agree. I agree too. Sure enough, everyone raised their hands one after another. To them, the value of Lin Zheng's piece of land was none of their business. If Lin Zheng didn't agree, all of them would snatch the land. Anyway, everyone was in favor. Lin Zheng was blind. What right did he have to speak? I agree too. Great-granduncle was the last to raise his hand. He looked coldly at first uncle and said, Lin Zheng, you're old and have dementia. That's why we can understand. How about this? We'll choose for you. All of you. First uncle was so angry that his body trembled. That's right. First uncle has dementia, so he has no right to speak. Lin Gua immediately added, removing Lin Zheng from his position. Hold it. However, at that moment, a calm voice suddenly interrupted everyone's voices. He was none other than Lin Ling. Lin Ling witnessed the scene and sneered in his heart. Although he knew that these relatives only cared about money and not people, he did not expect them to be so shameless. Lin Ling, what are you doing? Seeing Lin Ling speak, Lin Gua frowned. Lin Ling, you have no right to speak in this kind of situation. Second uncle also frowned and reprimanded him. Lin Ling, why are you so insensible? Hurry up and talk to first uncle. Don't go against everyone. Little aunt also hurriedly spoke. At that moment, she seemed to be thinking for Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's relatives had never paid any attention to him since he was young. Now that they were pretending to be relatives, they were extremely shameless. I have no right? Lin Ling sneered and said calmly, that piece of land was left behind by first uncle and my father. That means that half of it belongs to me. Tell me, do I have the right? Everyone's expression changed instantly. Especially second uncle and little aunt's family. They were so angry that they gritted their teeth. Of course, they knew about this matter. However, they had never taken Lin Ling seriously. They had long taken what belonged to Lin Ling as their own. Now Lin Ling was back to fight for it? Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to be so vicious. You really don't see us as your relatives. Second uncle pointed at Lin Ling and said bitterly, Ingrate, I've already said that you shouldn't have been so good to him when he was young. Now that you've grown up, you'll eat meat without spitting out the bones. Now that you've proven it. Little Ant also let out a sharp scolding. Lin Ling, this has nothing to do with you. I'm speaking on behalf of the ancestors of the Lin family. Great uncle said sternly to Lin Ling. He wanted to strip Lin Ling of his qualifications. However, Lin Ling still had the blood of the Lin family. How could he not be a member of the Lin family? Chapter 5266. It's none of your business. This has nothing to do with me. Are you the one who said it or the entire Lin family? Lin Ling did not give any face to the elders. Second uncle and the rest were even angrier. In the past, Lin Ling would never have dared to refute them. What an idiot! Lin Guar and Lin Yu shook their heads in ridicule. Lin Ling had no parents since he was young. He had no right to speak in the Lin family. Yet he dared to go against the Lin family. Wasn't this courting death? Shut up. You have no respect for your elders. If you continue to be long-winded, I'll expel you from the Lin family on behalf of your father. Great-granduncle was also furious. He pointed at Lin Ling and scolded him. If it were Lin Guar and the rest, great-granduncle would not have dared to do so. However, Lin Ling was nothing in his eyes. Lin Ling, hurry up and apologize. Otherwise, you'll be expelled from the Lin family. The rest of the Lin family said coldly. It was as if being expelled from the Lin family was Lin Ling's greatest loss. No need. I'll leave the Lin family with Lin Ling. Is that enough? Great-uncle suddenly said angrily. In his opinion, these people were simply shameless. They had never taken care of Lin Ling since he was young. Yet they had the nerve to say that they would expel him. So be it. What's the big deal? Great-uncle. Lin Guar and the rest frowned. However, Lin Ling also spoke. He looked at great-granduncle and said, Great-granduncle, are you really going to expel me? From now on, I have nothing to do with the Lin family? Great-granduncle felt humiliated by Lin Ling's question. Yes, I'm representing the Lin family. Good. Lin Ling nodded. It's not you who expelled me. It's me and my uncle who expelled you. From now on, no matter what happens in the Lin family, it has nothing to do with my uncle. Everyone in the village was stunned. Then they burst into laughter. What was Lin Ling doing? Turning the tables? Did he really think he was a big shot? Without him, the Lin family would still be fine. Scram. Many people looked at Lin Ling with disdain. You can leave, but you have to hand over the title deed. Suddenly, Lin Gu said coldly. Everyone began to look at Lin Ling and Lin Ling, forcing them to hand over the deed. What? Do you still dare to snatch it? Eldest uncle could feel the stifling atmosphere. We are civilized people. How can we do such an illegal thing? Lin Gu's chubby face trembled, revealing a cold sneer. Lin Ling, I don't know what you said to first uncle, but if you want to take away the deed, you can dream on. Both of you are no longer part of the Lin family, you no longer have the right to speak. After a pause, he continued, This is the will of the entire Lin clan, the entire village. He and Lin Ling had never gotten along since they were young. Although they didn't have a deep hatred for each other, he didn't like Lin Ling since he was young. That was because Lin Ling was the same as his father. They were both useless people, the type who only knew how to eat and wait for death. Indeed, both of you aren't part of the Lin family. The deed doesn't belong to you. Hand it over. Second uncle also said coldly. Originally, he wanted to share some of the money with Lin Ling and Lin Ling, but now he didn't want to give them a single cent. The deed is in our hands. Does it matter if we're part of the Lin family or not? Seeing that everyone had turned hostile, Lin Ling didn't give them any face. Haha, do you think it's useful to have the deed in your hands? Lin Gu sneered, we can just reject it. In this world, there are many people who will speak up for you. Moreover, I know that you've disliked me since you were young, but what's the use? Can you compare to me? He didn't hide his contempt for Lin Ling and openly stepped on Lin Ling. Instantly, the crowd burst into laughter. Can you compare? Lin Gua held great power in his hands and knew a lot of important people. With just a move, this area would be in turmoil. What about Lin Ling? He was just a university student. What's the point of comparing? He probably couldn't even compare to a strand of Lin Gua's hair. At this time, a luxury car arrived. Following that, an old man in his 50s or 60s stepped out. The old man was wearing a traditional Chinese suit and holding a walking stick. He looked very energetic. This is? Everyone in the village was surprised. This is the chairman of our Daih group, Mr. Wang. A bodyguard said calmly. Daih group? The richest man in the country? Everyone in the village was dumbfounded. Soon, someone exclaimed, "It's him. I've seen him on TV." After receiving confirmation, everyone was even more shocked. No one expected such a rich man to come to their village. However, it wasn't over yet. A helicopter came from afar and slowly landed on the biggest grain-sunning ground in the village. Following that, a man in a white suit who looked to be in his 40s walked down. In a helicopter? Oh my God, who is this person? He, the chairman of Fuyun Group, Mr. Qin, is here. Lin Gua suddenly said calmly. Mr. Qin? The entire village was shocked again. It could be said that there were not many people in the world who didn't know about Mr. Qin. He was a famous person who had connections with both the underworld and the underworld. And now, the chairman of the two major corporations were here in person. Lin Gua. Then, Mr. Qin greeted Lin Gua from afar. Mr. Wang did the same too. It was obvious that they were here for Lin Gua. That meant that Lin Gua was no longer the person he used to be. He had a lot of face now. At that moment, many people felt proud, especially those from the Lin family. It was as if a big shot had appeared in their Lin family. Lin Gua. At this time, another car arrived. A man with a dignified appearance stepped out. Mayor. Many people knew this person. He was the mayor who was in charge of this area. He was here too. That was not all. The village's secretary, the mayor of the suburbs, and other big shots arrived one after another. Lin Gua. These people also greeted Lin Gua with smiles on their faces. The entire village was silent. Whether it was the chairman of the two major corporations or the mayor, they were all big shots with great power. Now, they were all here. They were clearly here to help Lin Gua. Welcome, welcome. As the most senior person in the village, great-granduncle personally went to welcome them with a red face. After all, they were treated like this. How's the land acquisition going? Mr. Qin looked at Lin Gua. Other than the land acquisition, he was here for another purpose. He knew that Lin Gua had caught the eye of a big shot and had a bright future. That was why he was here to befriend him. The others were also looking at Lin Gua. Obviously, they were here to help Lin Gua. At that moment, many people looked at Lin Ling and his wife mockingly. Lin Ling, aren't you very capable and tough? Do you still dare to speak now? Lin Ling only needed to move his leg to get all the immortals to help him. You Lin Ling are nothing. Lin Ling, have you met the inviting god? This is it. The auntie's daughter, Lin Yen, said with a cunning smile. Inviting god? Lin Ling could not help but shake his head. A mere mortal dared to call himself a god? How could the so-called inviting god be so simple? The heavens were filled with the chants of Buddhas, the universe was reincarnated, the heavens fell, the earth cracked, and the mountains shook. That was what a god was. The gods of the mortal world only had a little money and power. They did not know that to a real god, those were nothing. Only the fist was truly eternal, a true god. Chapter 5267. It was the perfect supreme being. They're not letting go of the title deed. Seeing the arrival of all the big shots, Lin Gua's back stiffened even more as he pointed at Lin Ling and the other two. At this moment, all the big shots looked at Lin Ling and his uncle with cold expressions. Are the two of you really going to be so stubborn? Land acquisition is a collective decision. What's the point of you objecting? Mr. Qin frowned and said sternly. That's right. We're acquiring land for everyone to live a good life. You two insist on being stubborn and dragging the people down. As humans, you should look further ahead. The other Mr. Wang also said calmly. Lin Zheng, Mr. Qin and his people have spoken. You'd better not go down the wrong path. Quickly hand over the title deed for the sake of the collective. What nonsense! The district head and the rest also said angrily. At that moment, the uncle felt isolated and helpless. He knew that he had to hand over the title deed. He was also part of the older generation. He was very traditional and was very respectful of people with high status. Since ancient times, those without money would never win against those with money. However, at that moment, another car arrived. This time, the car was obviously different. It was an armored vehicle. Then, a few people in camouflage uniforms and armed with assault rifles came out of the car. They surrounded two people and got out of the car. One was an old man, and the other was a middle-aged man. Most importantly, the two of them looked extraordinary. It was obvious that they had a powerful background. Wow, they're carrying guns. TSK, is this a military solution? Lin Gua is so influential. He actually mobilized such a force. Lin Zheng and his people have no right to object. Everyone in the village was excited. They felt that their horizons had been broadened. Mr. Tang? Mr. Chen and the rest stared at the middle-aged man. Their faces suddenly changed. They all knew that Mr. Tang was the real big shot. Not only did his assets surpass theirs, but he also had a large number of companies overseas. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was as rich as a country. Their small assets were nothing compared to the other parties. Even their companies had connections with Mr. Tang's companies. They had to rely on Mr. Tang for their livelihood. They didn't expect that Mr. Tang, who was so famous, would actually come. They could not help but look at Lin Gua. They were shocked at how influential the latter was. However, Lin Gua was still in a daze. He naturally knew about Mr. Tang. He had visited him many times in the past, but he failed again and again. Although he did not know why these big shots were there, he was certain that they were not there for his uncle. Could it be for him? Mr. Gu, please. At this moment, Mr. Tang spoke to an old man by his side. This made it obvious that the old man's status was even greater. However, they didn't even know such a great figure. Perhaps with their current status, they didn't even have the qualifications to know him. Mr. Tang, this is? Mr. Chen and Mr. Wang stepped forward and said with a smile. However, Mr. Tang only glanced at them coldly and then slapped Mr. Chen's old face. The applause was so loud that it stunned Mr. Chen. Mr. Wang was still in a daze when Mr. Tang kicked him to the ground. Both of them were old men who were well respected. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? Their bodyguards quickly rushed over. However, the armed forces immediately took out their guns and pointed them at them. The bodyguards did not dare to move. Of course, Mr. Wang and Mr. Chen were also anxiously waving their hands. Don't. What a joke. If they went against Mr. Tang, their businesses and groups would be reduced to negative assets within a month. The stock market would plummet. That was not a joke. Mr. Tang was someone they could not afford to offend. The villagers were dumbfounded. They did not understand what was going on. Mr. Tang and Mr. Chen continued to move forward. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, they came before Lin Ling and bowed slightly. Mr. Lin, we're late. When the voice floated out, everyone's mind seemed to explode. Second uncle's family and youngest aunt's family were all stunned. Although they did not know who Mr. Tang was, they had seen that even Mr. Chen had to bow down to Mr. Tang. Other things aside, their bodyguards could even carry guns. It was like comparing a beggar to an emperor. And now, these emperors were greeting Lin Ling? Lin Ling was just a university student. He had no parents and no power. What right did he have to do that? You're here. Lin Ling nodded lightly. These people want to occupy my and my uncle's land. You can deal with them. Hearing that, Mr. Tang was furious. He turned around and glared at the crowd. Even the kind Mr. Gu was the same. You guys are crazy. Who gave you the guts? An angry roar came out of Mr. Tang's mouth. Of course, they were furious. Who was Lin Ling? He was a cultivator who was not even afraid of bullets, could tame a snow leopard, and even killed an avalanche with one punch. Even they did not dare to provoke him. These ordinary people, these little rich people, Even the government officials dared to do that. They were really curious. Who gave them the guts to do that? This is what happened. Mr. Chen and Mr. Wang ran over and smiled apologetically. It was the first time they had seen Mr. Tang angry. However, they still had some hope in their hearts. As long as they said that Lin Ling and the others were stubborn, Mr. Tang would probably not help Lin Ling. Shut up. However, Mr. Tang shouted angrily. He did not listen to any reason at all. From his point of view, even if Mr. Lin was wrong, he was still right. Moreover, why would a cultivator care about a mere piece of land? The two of you very well. We will terminate the oil exploration contract in the north. Also, we will terminate the real estate development in the coastal area. Mr. Tang looked angrily at Mr. Chen and Mr. Chen. Bang. The two of them sat on the ground again. Those two contracts were worth hundreds of billions. Moreover, they were long-term benefits. It was not easy for them to get Mr. Tang to open his mouth, but now, those agreements were gone. For those two contracts, they kept selling off their assets. The group was already in a state of overload. No, don't. They were no longer as domineering as before. They kept begging for mercy. This is just the beginning. However, Mr. Tang did not pay any attention to them. He looked at the big shots present. You guys are involved too, right? Very well, investigate this matter. Investigate it thoroughly. I'll see how long you can keep your black hats. Land acquisition is a personal choice. You guys can't force a sale, so you're planning to rob me, right? I'd like to see how you're going to rob me. As soon as he said that, the village secretary, director, district head, and the others' legs went weak. They sat on the ground weakly. Lin Guo's expression changed drastically. He gritted his teeth tightly. Dream on. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard. It was second uncle. He shouted with a red face. Who do you think you are? My son is a big shot with a high position. Do you think you can stop him? As soon as he said that, the district head and the others felt lucky. Yes, does this person have that kind of power? He must be trying to scare us. Chapter 5268. It was the perfect Supreme's turn. Mr. Tang saw the situation and did not say much. He signaled someone beside him with his eyes. The person who looked like a secretary understood and immediately made a call. You still want to pretend? I'll let you pretend. Second uncle and the rest sneered. They did not believe that there was such a powerful person in this world. Even if there was, it had nothing to do with Lin Ling. Lin Ling was just a student from a third-rate university. What qualifications did he have? Mr. Tang saw the sneers of second uncle and the rest. He had a mocking look on his face. These people had underestimated Mr. Lin. They did not know that Mr. Lin had broken an avalanche with a single punch. Such a person was not someone the secular world could compare to. Beep beep beep. At the same time, the phones of the big shots present rang. The strangest thing was that it happened very quickly. It was as if it was as easy as flipping a hand to find out their origins. Moreover, all the phones rang at the same time. That was extremely abnormal. The district heads, department heads, and other big shots picked up the phone one after another. Their expressions kept changing. Lin Guo was frowning, but at that moment, his phone rang. When he picked it up, a familiar voice came through. Lin Guo, from today onwards, you're fired. Then, the phone was hung up without any consideration for his feelings. That was because the person who spoke was afraid of being implicated. That was why he kept it short. Most importantly, Lin Guo was very familiar with that voice. It was his immediate superior. Lin Guo put away his phone. His face turned pale as if he had just had a nightmare. He looked at Mr. Tang and finally his gaze fell on Lin Ling. Bang bang bang. At the same time, the district heads and the rest slumped to the ground. What's wrong with all of you? Second uncle's expression changed drastically. Why did they seem to have lost their souls after picking up the phone? There was only confusion, fear, and disbelief on their faces. Dad, it's me. A voice suddenly came from the side. It was Lin Guo's voice. At that moment, second uncle, little aunt, great-granduncle, and even Lin Yen, Lin Lu, and the rest all looked at Lin Guo. I've been fired. Lin Guo said bitterly. After saying that, he slumped to the ground powerlessly. Ah! Second uncle and the rest had their mouths wide open. Lin Guo was their pillar of support. He was also their proudest descendant of the Lin family. He had a high position and power. Yet he was fired after a phone call. This meant that their pride was gone. Yes, brother Lin Ling. Amidst the silence, Lin Yan suddenly said nervously, "It seems to be big brother Lin Ling." As soon as these words fell, everyone reacted. Lin Ling was just a student from a third-rate university. He had no parents and no backing. However, after Mr. Tang's arrival, he poached Mr. Chen, kicked Mr. Wang, and with a phone call, all the previously insufferably arrogant officials and nobles were forced to step down, including Lin Guo. Unless they were idiots, how could they not know the crux of the matter? This meant that Lin Ling was bigger than anyone else present. Lin Ling. That great-granduncle seemed to have aged more than 10 years. Among the younger generation of the Lin Ling family, the one he looked down on the most was Lin Ling. However, the Lin Ling that he had looked down on since he was young had suddenly transformed into the person with the most authority and status in the Lin family. Lin Yan studied abroad, but how could she compare? Lin Yu was a big shot in the nearby area, but how could she compare? Lin Guo held an important position and was in a high position, but how could she compare? None of them could compare. At that moment, great-granduncle wished that he could slap himself a few times to make himself dizzy. Meanwhile, the entire Lin family and the village were dead silent. Lin Ling. In the silence, only first uncle's voice could be heard. Don't worry, no one can take away the land that belongs to first uncle. If first uncle passes away in the future, this piece of land will be given to the country. It can't be privately owned. Lin Ling said to first uncle with a smile. Mr. Tang and the rest immediately nodded and gave the order. Then, Mr. Tang looked at the people around him. No one can buy anything in this village. Just leave it here. Everyone in the village opened their mouths wide. This meant that they would not get a single cent. This was not a joke. After all, if Mr. Chen and the others did not dare to touch this place, who else would dare to touch it? Even if they sold it for a single cent, no one would dare to buy this hot potato. Now, the land was gone, the official position was gone, and even the money was gone. All of this was because they had underestimated Lin Ling. First uncle, let's go. At that moment, Lin Ling said to first uncle. Lin Ling, wait, you can't do this. We're family. You can't leave us alone. Seeing that Lin Ling was about to leave, great-granduncle hurriedly pulled Lin Ling back. Family? Lin Ling looked at great-granduncle indifferently. His aura spread out and pushed great-granduncle a meter away. The faces of second uncle and little aunt also changed greatly. They all laughed and shouted, "Yes, we are a family. You can't let your cousin Lin Guo lose his job." Lin Ling looked at everyone sarcastically and said lightly, "Previously, we were expelled from the Lin family. Everyone agreed to this. Everyone can bear witness to this. Expelled from the Lin family." Great-granduncle and the rest's expressions changed. Only then did they remember what had happened. At that time, they had expelled Lin Ling high and mighty. Lin Ling had also told them that he, Lin Ling, would no longer care about the Lin family's matters. However, at that time, everyone only mocked and ridiculed him. A kid without parents. Would the earth stop spinning just because he was gone? But now, they knew that the earth would really stop spinning. Slap. Second uncle directly gave himself a hard slap. Lin Guo, Lin Yu, and the rest stood in place with red faces. They all regretted it. Even if they were very capable and powerful, they had no choice but to lower their noble heads at that moment. Compared to Lin Ling, they were really like ants. Why aren't you apologizing to Lin Ling immediately? Second uncle said to Lin Guo shamelessly. Lin Guo's body trembled. Apologize to a bastard that he had looked down on since he was young? Where would he put his face? Where would his dignity be? Quick! Second uncle also knew that Lin Guo could not let go of his face. He angrily shouted, Lin Ling, I was wrong. Give me a chance." Lin Guo finally apologized, a sincere apology. Although his face and dignity were more important, he was already used to the feeling of being above others. If he were to step down today, those who were mocked and bullied by him in the past would definitely pay him back. He really could not lose this position. I accept your apology, Lin Ling said lightly. Then Lin Ling's meaning is the previous matter. Little Ant's face lit up. No, the previous matter is still the same. Lin Ling shook his head. You're too ruthless. Little Ant scolded angrily. Second Uncle Lingua and the rest were the same. They had already apologized, but Lin Ling was still unwilling to forgive them. That was too hateful. Are you really our relative? Great-granduncle was used to being respected by others. If Lingua and the rest were to step down, he could only be an old man. Who would care about him? Relative. Lin Ling looked at the angry crowd and the sneer at the corner of his mouth became thicker. Chapter 5269. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The only family I, Lin Ling, have in this world is my uncle. You are not worthy. I grew up in an orphanage. When have you ever come to see me? When have you ever taken care of me? I rarely come back. All you give me is disdain and ridicule. My and uncle's land was left behind by my grandfather. At that time, it was just a barren land. You didn't want it. Now that it's valuable, you want to snatch it? Isn't second uncle very capable? Aren't Lingua and his brother very resourceful? Let them deal with it. Family, you are not worthy. Lin Ling's voice carried a reprimand. His scolding made everyone speechless. Their faces turned pale, and they felt like they were suffocating. Everything was as Lin Ling said. They were not worthy. Lin Ling's only family was his uncle, Yu, Ancestor Din, and the others. He, Lin Ling, had dominated the universe, defeated all the gods of the era, and was invincible. How could they be qualified to have a family relationship with Lin Ling? What were they? Well said. First uncle felt elated and couldn't help but shout. Mr. Tang and the others smiled faintly. Lin Ling was a cultivator. These mortals dared to claim kinship with Lin Ling? How much weight did they have? Most importantly, not only did they claim kinship, they even looked like they were high and mighty. How could they think of such a thing? Let's go. Lin Ling saw that no one was speaking. He sneered, grabbed his uncle's hand, and was about to leave. Lin Ling. Suddenly, second uncle roared. You want to push us to our deaths, right? Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. Don't provoke us. Lin Ling, don't go too far. Everything will be amicable. Lin Lu said coldly. He was different from Lingua. On the surface, he seemed to have a high status, but in reality, he was a local tyrant. He had taken 3 lives. Lin Ling had provoked them. If they went all out, they could just kill Lin Ling. We can't beat you when it comes to playing things on the surface, but there is darkness in this world. Lin Li's words carried a heavy threat. When his aunt and the others saw this, they all sneered. Unless Lin Ling didn't want to live anymore. How dare you threaten Mr. Lin with such little ability? Seeing this, Mr. Tang's sneer deepened. He was someone who could shake a region. When it came to the Dark Realm, he had never been afraid of anyone. However, he did not say anything. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling because he realized that Lin Ling had changed. Lin Ling had indeed changed. What he hated the most in his life was being threatened by others. Although these people were mere mortals and ants, a bunch of ignorant ants dared to threaten Lin Ling. This was challenging his bottom line. Really? I'm standing right here. Try and touch me if you can. I can tell you that even if you use a plane or a cannon, the one who will die in the end will still be you. Lin Ling's expression was incomparably cold as he stared at Lin Lu. That gaze was incomparably cold and murderous, causing Lin Li's body to tremble even more. In his eyes, he seemed to see endless corpses, endless bones, and endless blood flowing into his heart. There were too many. The 3 lives in his hands were not even worth mentioning. He even saw a dragon, a qilin, and other mythical creatures being killed. He growled. He was afraid, completely afraid. In his heart, Lin Ling seemed to have left an indelible shadow. That was the shadow of the devil. Lin Ling, did you hear that? Lingua did not know about his brother's change. Instead, he thought that Lin Ling was afraid and asked again. You're young and can run around. But can you guarantee your uncle? He even used his uncle to threaten Lin Ling. Lin Ling had the ability to escape, but could his uncle do the same? You're courting death. Lin Ling's eyes moved slowly and gradually looked at Lin Gua. You forced me to... Lin Gua sneered. However, he did not realize that a terrifying murderous intent was locked onto him. On the other hand, Mr. Tang and Mr. Gu were alarmed. Threatening a cultivator was courting death. Sure enough, Lin Ling's murderous intent soared to the sky and shook the clouds. He wanted to kill gods and demons. So what if I forced you? Do you think you can play with me? Lin Ling's voice was incomparably low and not loud. However, when it landed in the ears of everyone present, it was as loud as thunder. Rumble. At the same time, the sky changed unknowingly. Dark clouds rolled in and thunder rumbled. It was a phenomenon of heaven and earth. At this moment, Lin Gua finally felt fear. With a plop, he sat on the ground. Second uncle and aunt were the same. It was as if they had seen the wrath of heaven. What was even more ironic and terrifying was that they were actually threatening heaven. At this moment, they were filled with endless regret, fear, and shock. Although they did not know who Lin Ling was, they had a vague feeling that he was a god. Of course, it was not just them. Everyone in the Lin family had the same feeling. Bang bang bang. They all sat on the ground. Mr. Chen and Mr. Wang's expressions changed drastically. They had also noticed the terrifying aura. At this moment, they suddenly recalled the legends of cultivators. Lin Ling, forget it. However, at this moment, an aged voice broke the oppressive atmosphere. It was his uncle. Lin Ling's face was cold and murderous intent surged in his eyes. However, after hearing his uncle's words, he gradually restrained himself. To be honest, Lin Ling had killed countless people. If he wanted to kill these despicable people, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. However, he had to give face to his uncle. I'll give you a word of advice. If you want to play, sure. However, before that, you'd better be clear about what kind of existence you are provoking. Shaking his head, Lin Ling supported his uncle and left. The moment he turned around, everyone who felt suffocated finally relaxed. It was as if someone had been holding their necks. If Lin Ling willed it, they would have died without knowing why. Fortunately, their uncle saved them. They looked at the backs of Lin Ling and the rest as they left. Then, they looked at the gradually dissipating dark clouds and lightning in the sky. All of them felt a lingering fear. In a fit of anger, the sky changed. Was such a person someone they could provoke? What kind of person was Lin Ling? As expected of Mr. Lin. This means that he can summon the wind and summon the rain. Mr. Tang and Mr. Gu were the most shocked. Although they knew that Lin Ling was omnipotent, this was the first time they had seen such a scene. Even if science was incomparably advanced and could make artificial rain and thunder, no science could explain how he could summon lightning with just a thought. Lin Ling, your uncle knows that you are no longer a child. You must have your own things to do. Go ahead. I can take good care of myself. I just hope that if you have time, come back and visit me. I don't have much time left. In this world, the only family member that I can't let go of is you. In the house, his uncle sat there and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. He was no fool. Naturally, he could sense the changes in Lin Ling. Alright. Lin Ling nodded with a smile. He knew in his heart that his uncle's lifespan was not limited to this. It would not be difficult for him to live to 200 years old. In the following days, his uncle would become more energetic and healthy. Chapter 5270. It was the perfect supreme being. Now that the land acquisition issue had been resolved, his uncle could finally enjoy his old age. He believed that no one in this world could hurt his uncle anymore. Lin Ling left a soul imprint on Big Uncle's body to protect him. Although it couldn't be said that Big Uncle could block missiles and other things, it could block bullets and make him immune to all kinds of evil. Then he left. Outside the house, Mr. Gu and the rest were already waiting. When they saw Lin Ling, they were extremely respectful. Let's go. Lin Ling did not say much. He left with Mr. Gu and the rest in the car. The destination of this trip was Qinling Mountains. Qinling Mountains was huge and had countless peaks. It was very high above sea level, reaching Kunlun in the west. There were also many famous mountains such as Mount Zhongnan, the #1 blessed land in the world, Mount Hua, the famous Chuanjian sect, and Mount Taibai. It could be said that it was impossible to find the square prison in this vast mountain range. If it were not for someone who was lucky enough to find it, Lin Ling would have to spend a lot of time. In the car, Lin Ling closed his eyes and rested. The car was very spacious and comfortable. When they passed by potholes, it did not shake much. It was obvious that it was an expensive luxury car. When Mr. Gu and Mr. Tang saw that Lin Ling was resting, they did not dare to disturb him. They kept looking for information and occasionally chatted with each other. At their level, power was no longer attractive to them. The only thing they were interested in was ancient legends. For example, cultivation and immortality. This trip will probably be very dangerous. At this time, Lin Ling opened his eyes and asked, "Tell me, what are you going to do?" Mr. Gu and the rest stopped talking. Mr. Gu said, "Mr. Lin, we are going to explore the unknown. Yes, at our level, ordinary things are no longer attractive to us. The only thing we are interested in is Tao and the ancient secrets." Mr. Tang said. Lin Ling looked at the two of them and said, "I know what you are thinking. You are very curious about the unknown and the ancient myths of Wuxia. You even want to enter this ancient mythical world. But I can tell you that with your strength, you really can't touch these things. Mr. Lin, we know, but we're not afraid. At worst, we'll just die." Hearing Mr. Ji's answer, Lin Ling did not try to persuade them anymore. If they were not afraid of death, then there was nothing to say. Mr. Gu, you think too much. It's just the Qinling Mountains. We can protect you." At this time, a rough voice came from the car. Lin Ling had already noticed this person. He seemed to be a bodyguard. He was a foreigner. He was more than 2 meters tall and had strong muscles. Coupled with the scar on his face, it was obvious that he was someone who lived on the edge of a knife. Previously, when he heard Lin Ling's words, his heart was filled with disdain. How dare a mere hothead remind Mr. Gu and the others? I've survived the war in the Middle East and fought against pirates in the waters of Somalia. I've even been to Bermuda, the North Pole, and other dangerous places. The Qinling Mountains are really not that dangerous. The foreigner's Mandarin was not fluent, and his attitude was very arrogant. Of course, I've seen a lot, and I know that there are indeed many unsolved mysteries on Earth. However, those places with unsolved mysteries are all world-famous places. The Qinling Mountains are nothing compared to them. Lin Ling smiled and did not refute him. "Mr. Smith, don't be rude." Mr. Tang suddenly reprimanded him. "Mr. Tang, he's just a hothead." The foreigner was somewhat unconvinced, but when he saw Mr. Tang's cold expression, he could only keep his mouth shut. The car continued on its long journey. After a long time, Mr. Gu suddenly asked, "Mr. Lin, do you believe that there are gods in this world?" "Gods?" Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Just as he was about to speak, the foreigner interrupted again. Mr. Tang, there are no gods in this world. Although there are many unknown things that we don't know about, that's only because science can't explain them. It doesn't mean that they're gods. Mr. Smith, although your opinion is reasonable, it doesn't mean that everyone thinks the same way. Mr. Tang said. Lin Ling smiled and asked, "Then, Mr. Tang, what do you think?" "I believe that there are gods in this world." Mr. Tang did not hesitate at all. "I believe that too." Lin Ling nodded immediately. Ha! The foreigner could not help but laugh. His laughter was full of mockery. He was obviously an atheist. "Mr. Smith, please respect other people's beliefs." Mr. Goose suddenly shouted coldly. Only then did the foreigner stop laughing. However, his gaze was full of mockery when he stared at Lin Ling, as if Lin Ling was a child that he had never met before. Lin Ling naturally would not stoop to his level. A full day later, the car stopped at the airport. A lot of people were gathered there, and they were all armed to the teeth. A blonde beauty with long blonde hair, an impressive figure, and a height of 1.8 meters walked over. "Mr. Gu, Mr. Tang, let me introduce myself. My surname is Lai, and my name is Alice. You can call me Miss Lai." I'm also the team leader for this trip. When the blonde beauty smiled, she gave off a hearty vibe. Her surname was Lai. That was obviously her Chinese name. However, Alice Lai, this name was really strange. Mr. Tang and the rest nodded and reached out to shake hands with the blonde beauty. These people were mercenaries who had a very high reputation internationally. They had hired them for this trip to Qinling Mountains with a lot of money. Don't worry. We've done our homework before coming here. We're familiar with everything in Qinling Mountains. Moreover, our company's mission completion rate is 90%. You'll definitely return safely on this trip. The blonde beauty continued. She seemed to be easy to talk to, but her eyes swept past Lin Ling lightly. She was obviously a little strange. That was because it was not strange for Mr. Gu and Mr. Tang to come personally, but why did they bring a young man with them? Moreover, that young man did not look like a capable person. There was little murderous intent on him, and there were no calluses on his palms. It was obvious that he had never held a gun before. This is? The blonde beauty asked. Could he be the one who saw the ancient site? No, the person who saw the ancient site has gone crazy. This is Lin Ling. He's coming with us, Mr. Gu said calmly. The blonde beauty was secretly taken aback. Although this trip was not dangerous, it was not something that ordinary people could participate in. That young man did not have any ability or knowledge. Why would he come with them? However, the blonde beauty did not ask further. She asked everyone to board the plane. Lin Ling did not speak throughout the entire process. He closed his eyes slightly as if he did not care about the world. However, he could still see that these mercenaries were quite capable. In particular, a few of them were quite capable. One of them was the blonde beauty. Although she was easy to talk to, Lin Ling could sense a strong murderous intent from her. Of course, that was only for ordinary people. To Lin Ling, even if there were hundreds of millions of mercenaries, they were still ants in the end. Chapter 5271. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The planes soon took off. There were quite a number of mercenaries, and they were divided into two companies. One was from Mr. Smith, and the other was from Alice. Lin Ling was bored on the plane. He cultivated for a while, but he gave up in the end. He did not make much progress. He began to think about the Qinling Mountains. With his strength and vision, he only needed to scan the Qinling Mountains with his soul force. However, he discovered that there were several places in the Qinling Mountains that were extremely strange. Some places had a mysterious power that blocked Lin Ling's probing. Of course, Lin Ling was far away. If he was closer, it would not be difficult for him to investigate. In that place, he also sensed the power of God. It seemed to be the power of the universe. Other than that, the other places were even more mysterious. His soul power could not detect them at all. He guessed that the square prison was hidden in one of those places. What a slow speed. Lin Ling shook his head secretly. The plane was too slow. If he did not need Mr. Gu to lead the way, he really wanted to go alone. After half a day, the plane finally landed. Then, they got on the bus again. They finally arrived at the edge of the Qinling Mountains in the evening. The Qinling Mountains were vast and boundless. There were layers upon layers of mountains. The mountains were tall and the grass was deep. There were no signs of life. Standing at the edge and looking into the distance, the sky was blue. An ancient wind blew from afar, making one feel like they had returned to nature. Let's go! Mr. Tang had a map in his hand. It was a rough map drawn with a ball-shaped pen. He held another map and kept comparing it. Then he led the group forward. In the Qinling Mountains, all signals were blocked. They could only rely on the most primitive map. After spending another day, an ancient Taoist temple appeared in front of them. Everyone, why are you here? A middle-aged man in a Taoist robe walked over with a smile. This should be the depths of Mount Zhongnan, right? Mr. Gu was surprised to see the sudden appearance of the Taoist temple. Then he replied with a smile. Yes, the depths of Mount Zhongnan. The Taoist nodded with a smile. His eyes looked at Mr. Gu, then at Mr. Smith and the rest. Mr. Gu, this person is not ordinary. Alice reminded in a low voice. Generally speaking, when they saw such a large group of people and foreigners, the other party would definitely be vigilant. However, that Taoist was too calm, as if he had already known that they would come. Everyone wants to cross Mount Zhongnan and explore the depths. The Taoist continued with a smile. This mountain is not easy to walk on. Everyone, please return home to avoid losing your lives. Sir, I don't know what dangers lie ahead. Please give me some pointers. Mr. Gu had always been respectful to cultivators, so he cupped his hands and bowed. I can't say it, I can't say it. The Taoist shook his head mysteriously. If we go any further, it will be a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. The secrets of Wuxia are not something that ordinary people can explore. Sir, did anyone enter before us? Mr. Tang suddenly asked. The Taoist nodded and did not say anything else. He turned around and walked towards the Taoist temple. F***ck, what an arrogant person. Mr. Gu, do you want us to use force? Mr. Smith suddenly sneered. This was the wilderness. Who would know if he attacked that Taoist? Mr. Gu refused. He bowed to the Taoist temple again and then left with his group. At this moment, in the Taoist temple, the middle-aged man stood by the window and looked indifferently at Mr. Gu and the others who were walking along the mountain path. Uncle Master, next to him, a man in a Taoist robe asked. They have a slim chance of survival on this trip. Only the people of Wuxia can possess the secrets of Wuxia. The 9 cauldrons suppress the country and are not something that others can touch. The Taoist said indifferently, don't worry. If they walk around randomly, I won't care. If they approach the place where the 9 cauldrons of fate are located, I can only kill them on the spot. Yes, Uncle Master. A series of voices came from the Taoist temple. The Taoist's eyes were cold, and there was a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Mercenaries? Hee. Is guns useful in Qinling Mountain? The mysteries of cultivators are not something that ants like you can understand. However, he did not know that a powerful soul power had already locked onto the entire Taoist temple. It was Lin Ling. Lin Ling had long sensed that this Taoist temple was not simple. There was an extremely powerful force in the bodies of the people inside. Of course, compared to divine origin, that force was like a small stream or a small river. For example, it was the difference between tractor diesel and aviation oil. Those Taoists are so mysterious. Along the way, they did not run into any danger, so Alice said in a displeased tone. Wuxia is vast and has countless myths and legends. Don't underestimate the cultivation methods left behind by our ancestors. Mr. Tang said coldly. Alice curled her lips and did not say anything, but her eyes were full of disdain. The same was true for Mr. Smith. In their opinion, what kind of bullsh*t Taoist could be so powerful? Weren't they the ones protecting Mr. Gu and the others along the way? After all, they had encountered some dangers along the way, such as ferocious beasts. However, they had many people and enough guns. With a round of shooting, any ferocious beast would be turned into a sieve. There's a valley at the bottom of this cliff. Last time, those people went down the cliff to the valley and saw it. After an unknown amount of time, Mr. Tang stopped at the edge of a cliff. At that time, they wanted to find some unrecorded plants and animals, so they went down the valley to explore. Everyone looked down the cliff and saw a hazy fog. They could not see the bottom at all. They could only see dense vegetation. It was very mysterious. Most importantly, standing on the cliff, they could not hear anything at all. Below the valley, right? Okay, get ready to release the rope. Mr. Smith immediately gave the order. Everyone was busy for a moment. After the rope was released, people went down the valley one after another. Mr. Lin, look. Mr. Gu looked at Lin Ling and said. Along the way, Lin Ling did not speak. It was as if he was shopping. Don't worry. With us protecting him, he will be fine. Alice thought that Lin Ling was afraid. After all, it was such a high cliff. Ordinary people would not dare to go down with a rope. After saying that, she did not wait for Lin Ling to refuse. She helped Lin Ling put on the rope and went down the cliff with Lin Ling. With me here, I will ensure his safety. Alice looked at Mr. Gu and the others and smiled. The mercenaries around suddenly laughed. Of course, among the laughter, there was more ridicule. After all, it was too shameful for a man to need a woman to protect him. Mr. Lin. Mr. Gu and the others knew that Lin Ling was not a timid person, so they still asked for Lin Ling's opinion. Whatever, Lin Ling said casually. In fact, if he was alone, he would not mind jumping down the cliff. However, he was afraid that Mr. Gu and the others would encounter danger, so he climbed down the rope together. The cliff was not short. It was almost 150 meters high, which was equivalent to the height of a 50-story building. Even the mercenaries who were used to life and death did not want to mess around after going down. It was better to be careful. However, at this moment, Lin Ling frowned slightly. He noticed a change. Chapter 5272. The rocks on the cliff were damp and covered with moss and unknown grass. Moreover, there were cracks of various sizes between the rocks. At that moment, one of the cracks was obviously out of place. Lin Ling sensed a fishy smell coming from the crack. It seemed that some kind of monster was hiding inside. However, the crack was far away from Lin Ling. It was in the direction of Mr. Gu and the rest. What are you looking at? I'm right beside you. What are you afraid of? Seeing Lin Ling in a daze, the blonde beauty behind him said disdainfully. She was very close to Lin Ling, and she kept climbing down, so her body often bumped into Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling felt that she was not hard. Instead, she was extremely soft. Lin Ling couldn't be bothered with her and continued to stare at the crack. He realized that other than the monster, there seemed to be some unknown danger in the crack on the cliff. This Qinling mountain is really magical. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. Even with his strength, he could not see through Qinling mountain. It meant that there must be something mysterious about it. Yo boy, are you scared? Suddenly, Mr. Smith's mocking laughter came from afar. Oriental boy, you're quite lucky. The others were also smiling, as if saying that Lin Ling was extremely lucky to be able to climb the rope with Alice. Of course, they were mostly mocking Lin Ling for being inferior to a girl. I think that kid will faint when he sees blood. Not only that, but if a ferocious beast like a tiger comes out, he'll probably faint. I really don't understand why Mr. Tang called him here. They climbed down slowly and chatted in groups of 3 to 5. Did you hear that? Alice was also full of disdain towards Lin Ling. I look down on you Eastern boys the most. You're all scholarly and can't handle guns or knives. You don't know anything at all. Isn't there an old saying that you don't even have the strength to truss up a chicken? I'm indeed still studying. Lin Ling replied casually. Alice was stunned for a moment, then she laughed. Still studying? A university student? How could a university student dare to come to such a dangerous place to seek death? What a useless thing. Alice shook her head and sighed helplessly. Lin Ling also shook his head. He wanted to say something, but at this moment he looked into the distance and saw a shadow finally emerge from the crack. It looked like a snake as thick as an arm. It was the tongue of a snake. If a single tongue was already this big, it was hard to imagine how big the entire snake was. Pa. A large number of rocks began to fall, and a huge python slithered out. This python's head was like a spearhead, and its body was covered in green scales. Its eyes were brown, and it stared at the people on the cliff as if it had a spirit. Oh my God, what is that? The people on the cliff finally noticed the anomaly. Everyone was shocked because the snake was too big. It could enter the world record. Compared to it, the Amazon anaconda was child's play. After all, the snake's head was the size of a small truck, and its length was estimated to be 50 meters. This was a world remnant. Most importantly, Mr. Smith and the others had traveled extensively and seen all kinds of strange snakes, but this was the first time they had seen such a species. That was because the snake's body was covered in green scales, but its head was red. Quick, fire! At this moment, Mr. Smith reacted and raised his submachine gun to shoot. The others also opened fire, and the cliff was filled with sparks. What kind of snake is this? Mr. Tang and the other man were the closest to the giant snake, and their faces were pale with fright. What is this place? Why is there such a giant snake? Behind Lin Ling, Alice's voice was solemn. She wanted to shoot to help, but she was afraid that she would accidentally hurt her own people. In the end, she could only be anxious. At this moment, the sound of a strong wind was heard. The giant snake opened its mouth and spat out a blood-red liquid, which landed on the nearest mercenaries. Ah! The mercenaries screamed in pain. The scary thing was that their faces were melting as if they had encountered sulfuric acid. Then, the tough rope was also corroded, causing them to fall from the sky and disappear into the clouds below. "This is a poisonous snake," Mr. Smith roared and fired wildly. However, they realized that the bullets were blocked by the giant snake scales when they landed on it. One had to know that they were close to it, and they were holding AK-47s. In addition, they had a lot of firepower. Even if it was a whale, they could kill it. Kaboom! A roar was heard, and the giant snake was swimming toward Mr. Tang and the others. "Mr. Gu, Mr. Tang, run!" Mr. Smith hurriedly shouted. Then he took out a grenade from his body. "Go to hell, you bastard!" He threw the grenade over, but it was swallowed by the giant snake. Okay. Everyone was extremely happy. With a muffled boom, the giant snake's body trembled, and black smoke came out of its huge mouth. However, its eyes were even angrier. Even a grenade could not kill it? Everyone was dumbfounded, and a touch of fear rose in their hearts. "We can only use the rocket launcher." Behind Lin Ling, Alice was also anxious. She quickly took out the rocket launcher behind her and assembled it. Smith and the others could only fire wildly, and they urged Mr. Tang and the others to run. However, in a place like a cliff, could they run? The giant snake spat venom again, corroding a few more mercenaries. With a billowing fishy smell, it swept toward Mr. Gu and the others. "Old Tang." At this moment, Mr. Gu looked at his old partner with a pale face. The two of them had known each other for a long time, and they hit it off immediately. They were both working hard to find the ancient myths of Wuxia. However, they did not expect that they would all die here today. The ancient secrets of Wuxia are indeed not something we can touch, Mr. Tang said with a bitter smile. Although he had a hunch that death was inevitable in exploring the secrets, he was still extremely unwilling to die here. That was because he really wanted to peek at the most ancient secrets of Wuxia. "Oh no, Smith, quickly protect Mr. Gu and the others." In the distance, Alice was furious because the two employers were going to die. If that was the case, their mission would fail and the company's reputation would be damaged. However, Mr. Smith had tried his best. No matter how domineering and arrogant he was before, he was left with nothing but powerlessness. He did not expect that he would die here in Qinling after going through so many dangerous places in the world. Damn it! At this moment, Alice had already assembled the rocket launcher. However, she did not dare to use it carelessly for fear of hurting Mr. Gu and the others. She could only say to Lin Ling, "Take care of yourself. I'll go help them." After that, she wanted to untie the rope that tied her to Lin Ling. However, at this moment, a shadow flashed in front of her, and Lin Ling had already moved forward. Unknowingly, the rope had been untied as if it was magic. "Lin Ling, come back." Alice glared at him with her blue eyes and shouted angrily. At this time, this college student was still causing trouble for her. However, after shouting, her mouth opened wide, and she could not say anything else. There was only one sentence in her mind. "Oh my God." Chapter 5273. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. That was because Lin Ling was walking toward Mr. Gu and the rest. However, he was walking along the cliff as if the cliff was flat ground. It was against the laws of gravity and physics. However, Mr. Gu and the rest did not notice Lin Ling. Instead, they stared ahead and saw that the giant snake was less than 10 meters away from them. The snake raised its head high and looked down at the crowd with a touch of majesty and violence. It was as if it was saying that this was a forbidden place for humans and no one was allowed to come close. Mr. Smith and the rest were so scared that they did not even dare to fire their guns. Their faces were pale. Perhaps at this time, they also knew that it was useless to fire a gun. This thing is the mythical beast that guards the secret of this place. Mr. Gu looked straight at the giant snake and murmured, "It's probably a few hundred years old." Mr. Tang also said nervously as if he had seen a god. They estimated that this mythical beast had existed before the reform and opening up. It could be traced back to the Qing dynasty, Ming dynasty, and so on. "Old buddy, we're all going to die." Then, the two of them looked at each other with bitter smiles on their faces. At this time, the giant snake spat out a fishy wind and was about to swallow Mr. Gu and the rest. At this moment, everyone was ready to die. But at this moment, a punch arrived, a simple and unadorned punch. Bang! This punch collided with the giant snake's head and broke its sharp teeth. The truck-sized head was also sent flying. Kaboom! Like a spring, the snake's head also slammed heavily on the other side of the cliff, causing the cliff to shake and rocks to fly everywhere. "Buy cake!" All the foreigners exclaimed in surprise. What happened? They looked around and suddenly stared at the person in front of Mr. Tang and the rest. They were all stunned. Isn't this the college student? One punch? He sent the giant snake flying with one punch? Superman! Could it be that he's wearing a battle suit? Iron Man? Mr. Smith and the rest kept whispering to God. The scene in front of them was beyond their knowledge. In the distance, Alice held the rocket launcher and stared in front of her in a daze. Never seen blood? Unable to even trust a chicken? College student? Only a few words floated in her mind. At this moment, she finally understood why Mr. Tang invited Lin Ling. So, he was Batman. No, he was Superman. Mr. Lin. At that moment, Mr. Tang and the others finally reacted. They were all overjoyed. Although they knew that Lin Ling was very strong, before this, Lin Ling was very far away from them. In addition, they did not know if Lin Ling was a match for the giant snake. Therefore, they had never thought of Lin Ling. But he didn't expect that Lin Ling would only need one punch. The giant snake that couldn't even be blown away by a grenade was sent flying. Could it be that the punch was even more powerful than the grenade? Let's go! At this moment, Lin Ling looked indifferently at the giant snake. In fact, he hadn't used his full strength in that punch. He hadn't even used 1% of his strength. Otherwise, he would be able to destroy the entire cliff with a single punch. The gigantic snake's head swung back again. It flicked its tongue and looked at Lin Ling indifferently, as if in disbelief. However, it refused to give up and tried to devour Lin Ling again. Bang! Lin Ling only extended a palm, and a powerful force filled the air. It was like an invisible wall that blocked the giant snake's attack. On the other hand, the giant snake's head hit the invisible wall as if it had hit solid ground. A large number of its scales were broken and it spat out blood. "I won't kill you today because you're a mythical creature of Wuxia," Lin Ling said indifferently. He waved his right hand again. A powerful force surged out and pulled the giant snake out of the cliff. The giant snake was suspended in midair as if it was being supported by a palm. The scene of a deity descending from the heavens shocked everyone once again. That snake was estimated to weigh almost 100 tons. A hand was holding it up. Moreover, it was not a hand, but a mysterious force that was throwing it up. The giant snake kept struggling, but it could not break free from Lin Ling's means. In fact, to Lin Ling, the snake was really like a small reptile. Lin Ling had fought all over the universe and had seen mythical creatures bigger than the giant snake. To Lin Ling, the giant snake could only be considered a mythical creature at best, not a mythical creature. Get lost. After lifting the giant snake, Lin Ling waved his right hand gently. The giant snake was thrown down the cliff by Lin Ling. With a loud rumble, it was as if a huge rock had fallen. The entire cliff shook. Below the ground, a large number of trees collapsed, smashed by the giant snake. Mr. Lin. Mr. Tang and the rest were full of admiration when they saw Lin Ling easily deal with the giant snake. It only learned a small lesson. It's not dead yet. Lin Ling said to them calmly, but his eyes were still looking around. The danger here is not over yet. There's still danger? Everyone's expression changed drastically. They finally understood how terrifying Mount Qinling was. One had to know that a giant snake was enough to wipe them out. If there was still danger, they would not be able to stop it. It was no wonder that no one dared to approach this barren land. Rustle. Sure enough, sounds came from the surrounding cliff cracks. Then, a black mass of dark clouds rushed out. There were so many of them that they came from all directions. It made one's scalp tingle. After those things flew out, they let out bloodthirsty cries. They circled in the air, then pounced on the people. Fire! Mr. Smith and the rest immediately opened fire. The bullets shot into the dark clouds, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. There were too many of them. There was no way they could finish them all. Opening fire would only delay them slightly. What the hell is that? Mr. Smith and the rest were shouting. However, after shooting many of those mysterious creatures, they realized that they were grasshoppers. However, they were different from the usual ones. Their bodies were completely black, and their claws were as hard as knives. They were also the size of a fist. If an elephant was here, it would probably be torn apart in a few seconds. Ah! At the same time, Alice let out a painful cry from afar. Her body was covered in blood from being bitten by the grasshoppers. She looked extremely dangerous. If a large swarm of grasshoppers flew over, she would probably turn into a pile of bones. Moreover, if the grasshoppers bit the rope, she would fall off the cliff and die. Are they mutated species? What should we do? Mr. Smith and the rest were anxious. Facing the ancient Mount Qinling, they were like ants. Don't panic. Everyone, get ready to go down the valley. At that moment, Lin Ling's voice was heard. Everyone's eyes widened. Down the valley? Now, they were all going to die. Those grasshoppers were even more difficult to deal with than the giant snake. After all, if it was the giant snake, one or two of them could still escape. However, the endless black grasshoppers were like devils. None of them could escape. Flame come. Lin Ling's voice was heard again. A flame appeared in his palm, dancing slowly. Conjure, magic. Mr. Smith and the rest widened their eyes. Then, they saw Lin Ling throwing the flame in his palm. Boom! That ball of flame grew bigger. Then, flames appeared all over the sky. The endless grasshoppers flying in the sky were burned by the flames. The scene was spectacular. Chapter 5274. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The black armored locusts that covered the sky earlier were now burning with firecracker-like sounds. There was also a fragrant smell and billowing smoke. At the edge of the cliff, everyone could feel the heat and see the charming scene of the fiery glow filling the sky. They remained motionless until the flames around them gradually dimmed and the crisis was eliminated. Then they finally reacted. Their eyes were all fixed on Lin Ling. Previously, flames appeared in the palm of this college student. Then, flames more effective than flamethrowers appeared and burned the beetles to ashes? They were stunned and felt that this was magic. Mr. Lin. Mr. Gu and the rest looked at Lin Ling in shock. The flames from before were even more shocking than the avalanche from before. After all, he was summoning flames. Could this be the power of a cultivator? Let's go down. Lin Ling walked toward Mr. Gu and Mr. Tang, one in each hand. Then, the rope automatically untied and the three of them fell off the cliff. Bye cakes, Mr. Gu. Mr. Smith and the rest were all shocked. This was jumping off a cliff. But how could they stop him? They could only watch as Lin Ling and the rest jumped off the cliff and disappeared into the thick clouds. Quick, quick, quick. They hurriedly climbed down with anxious expressions. Who is he? Alice was also climbing, but her mind was filled with the sensational scene of Lin Ling. Today, she was completely subverted. On the other side, Mr. Gu and Mr. Tang's hearts were about to jump out. This was jumping off a building. The surrounding scenery and strong winds quickly flashed past their eyes. This was the first time in their lives that they experienced jumping off a building. When the ground gradually approached, they knew that they were most likely going to die this time. But suddenly, a gentle force rose from under their feet. The momentum from before disappeared as if they had been on the ground all along. They came down. Their hearts, which had been suspended in the air, finally settled down. Even so, they couldn't help but vomit. The feeling just now was too exhilarating. After vomiting for a while, they looked at Lin Ling again. The reverence in their eyes deepened. He brought the two of them down from a high altitude. Could it be that Lin Ling could fly? A moment later, Mr. Smith and the rest also arrived. When they saw Lin Ling and the other two alive, their mouths were wide open. "Let's go!" Lin Ling didn't care about them. Instead, his eyes were looking in one direction. He could vaguely sense the aura of the prison. Translation: "Let's go." Alice and the others' voices were trembling. They didn't dare to say anything now. No wonder they felt that this university student was here to have fun. With his strength, he was indeed here to have fun. How can there be such power? Smith and the others were Bermuda, the pyramid, and even the aliens from the Arctic. Too mysterious. Along the way, everyone was much quieter. They all looked at Lin Ling quietly, as if they were a group of kindergarten children following their teacher. The trees in the valley were very old. The ground was moist and there were many poisonous insects crawling around. Most importantly, these insects were never seen before. Alice and the rest scattered insect repellent around to prevent the poisonous insects from getting close. However, in addition to the poisonous insects, there were also a large number of snakes. They were extremely large and poisonous. Of course, compared to the giant snake from before, the snakes in the valley were much smaller. Not only did they kill the snakes they encountered along the way, but they also scared away the ferocious beasts that had bad intentions. Therefore, the journey was quite peaceful. Mr. Lin. Mr. Gu and the rest had been following Lin Ling, but found that Lin Ling didn't say a word. He just kept staring ahead. After reaching the valley, Lin Ling didn't even use the map. However, when Mr. Tang checked the map, he found that Lin Ling was walking in the same direction as the map. This made him secretly shocked by Lin Ling's power. In fact, Lin Ling did sense the aura of the square prison. Although it was very faint, he was sure that the square prison was in the valley. Moreover, Lin Ling also sensed a few powerful auras. They seemed to be looking for the square prison as well. Of course, to Lin Ling, these powerful auras were just SOSO. In addition, Lin Ling also sensed a few human auras. They were also foreigners. They seemed to want to get their hands on the secrets of Wuxia. However, Lin Ling ignored all of this. His only target was the square prison. "Look, there's blood and a gun shell." At this time, a foreigner said in a low voice. Alice and the rest immediately walked over to check and found many footprints. "Mr. Tang, I think there are more people coming down here." Looking at the blood, it seems to be from a few days ago. Alice immediately said to Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang looked at Lin Ling and found that Lin Ling was still moving forward. He immediately said, "Be careful. Don't shoot unless it's a critical moment." As soon as he finished speaking, he and Mr. Go quickly caught up with Lin Ling. Although the valley was full of danger, they felt that as long as they followed Lin Ling, all the troubles would disappear. Lin Ling turned left and right, and a big hole began to appear in front of them. It seemed to lead to the underground. The big hole was dark and there was a fog coming out of it. It was very mysterious. At this moment, Alice and the rest were on guard. This was because they saw traces of huge reptiles around the big hole. Mr. Lin. Alice wanted to warn Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had already entered the cave, and he did not seem to be on guard at all. If it were anyone else, Alice and the rest would have already cursed. However, since it was Lin Ling, they did not dare to do so. They could only follow him in. Moreover, they were curious. The valley was so big. Why did Lin Ling choose to enter such a cave? However, after entering, everyone realized that the valley went all the way down. In the beginning, it was a muddy road, and there was a puddle that was more than half the height of a person. However, after passing it, stairs gradually appeared, and they were stone stairs. This meant that this place was built by someone. "Oh my God, this place is so old. Who built it?" Smith exclaimed. Mr. Tang and the rest kept checking the surrounding buildings and found many strange totems, cloud patterns, and auspicious beasts. All of these were related to the most ancient culture of Wuxia. However, They could not tell which dynasty it was from. In ancient Wuxia, there were indeed immortals who stayed here. Lin Ling noticed something. This was because this was a cave where immortals cultivated. It was just that too much time had passed, so the spiritual qi was all gone. Lin Ling even saw a decent artifact in the corner, but it had turned into rocks and other things. Then he stopped and allowed Mr. Tang and the rest to take pictures. After a long time, he continued to move forward. After walking down the stairs, they gradually arrived at a spacious space. It was like a cave within a cave. Moreover, it was not dark. Instead, there was some light. This place was very big. The ground was littered with boulders. All of them were as tall as skyscrapers, and they were scattered all over the place. Chapter 5275. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Everyone stood on top of a large rock and looked at the boundless rocky ground. They were all frightened. No one thought that there would be such a strange sight under the valley. Lin Ling looked into the distance and saw a huge door in the distance. He could sense that the square prison was behind that door. This made him feel very strange. Why would his square prison appear here? Let's go down. Lin Ling jumped down from the rock. Mr. Gu and the rest released the ropes and climbed down. However, when they came down, everyone saw footprints on the ground. This meant that someone had arrived before them. At this time, a huge lizard suddenly crawled out from the corner. This lizard was fiery red and as huge as a train. It was staring coldly at Lin Ling and the rest. Moreover, there were more and more of them. A large number of lizards crawled out from around the rock, eyeing them covetously. Moreover, there were some lizards with human clothes around their mouths. It seemed that they had eaten a lot of people not long ago. This is bad. Smith and the rest felt that they were in trouble and raised the guns in their hands. Let me do it. Lin Ling did not want to waste any more time and stop them. However, his eyes were looking at the lizards around them. Get lost. A powerful aura spread out. Those lizards all trembled and then ran away. Mr. Lin is indeed powerful. There are really people with special abilities in Wuxia. Smith and the rest could not explain Lin Ling's power at all. They could only think of it as a special ability. Lin Ling continued forward without any obstacles. Finally, he arrived in front of the huge door. This door was more than 50 meters tall. A large number of mysterious monsters were carved on the surface. They were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. It was very ferocious. This made it seem like the 9 serenities held behind the huge door. Moreover, this area had suddenly become very quiet. Everyone who stood around the gate felt an extremely stifling feeling in their hearts. What kind of door is this? Smith and the rest were nervous. They all felt their hearts palpitating. Could it be the legendary Hell's Door? Even though Alice had traveled extensively and seen a lot, this was the first time she had seen such a magical door. Ants like you actually dare to approach this place. Scram. Suddenly, a large number of voices sounded in everyone's hearts. The voices were full of majesty, like that of gods, but there were also all kinds of painful voices that completely suppressed the hearts of Mr. Tang and the others. Oh no, it's these voices. The expressions of Mr. Tang and the rest changed drastically. According to the sole survivor, they had found this place and heard a lot of noises. They had seen a lot of demons and ghosts, but they had all been wiped out. Only one person had managed to escape, and now they had seen it. Moreover, he could deeply sense how terrifying this power was. Their heads and bodies felt like they were about to explode. They were about to go crazy. However, what made them even more terrified was that there was no sound around them. The sound appeared directly in their minds. But at this time, a loud cold snort sounded, like a bronze bell ringing in everyone's hearts. At this moment, the voices of the demons and ghosts became softer. Mr. Lin. Everyone looked at Lin Ling in shock. They knew that it was Lin Ling who had made the sound. Moreover, Mr. Lin was not afraid of those voices. Crash. At this time, the huge door made a dull sound as if it was opening. A plume of smoke spewed out from the gap of the door as if some demon or ghost was about to walk out. At this moment, the expressions of Mr. Tang and the rest changed drastically. They quickly hid behind the surrounding rocks. Their hearts continued to race. They were terrified of the unknown. Alice and the rest were not any better. They finally knew how terrifying the ancients of Wuxia were. Rumble. The huge door kept opening. Inside was a vast expanse of white. 2 huge pillars could be vaguely seen. It was exactly the same as what the survivor had seen. Of course, that was all the survivor saw before he ran away. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, Mr. Tang and the rest's hearts raced as they stared at the door. After the door opened, more smoke filled the air. Suddenly, a large group of people slowly walked out. These people were wearing ancient armor and holding spears. Even their war horses were wearing armor. However, because of that, their appearances were obscured. They slowly walked forward like walking corpses. There was also the sound of ancient drums that shook people's hearts. Strangely, the surroundings were extremely quiet. The sound seemed to come from everyone's heart. Ghost soldiers passing through. The corner of Mr. Tang's mouth twitched, and his face turned pale. Mr. G's expression also changed drastically. He had heard of this story before. It was said that during thunderstorms, such scenes could be seen in some ancient forests. Ghost soldiers passing through. Some people said that it was a scene recorded by nature, so it was not surprising. Some people said that it was the king of hell catching ghosts. It was said that during the earthquake, many people died in a certain place. Some people saw the ghost soldiers passing through. None of them had expected that they would actually witness such a terrifying scene. What's the ghost soldiers passing through? Smith and the rest were trembling from the scene. They even stopped breathing, afraid that they would be discovered by the ghost soldiers. However, Mr. Tang and the rest did not explain. They only looked ahead with trembling eyes. "Look, Mr. Lin." Suddenly, Alice whispered. Everyone looked over and realized that Lin Ling was standing in front of the gate. The mysterious ghost soldiers walked past him on both sides. However, Lin Ling was indifferent. Then he walked forward. "Mr. Lin, you're indeed a cultivator." Mr. Tang sucked in a breath of cold air and explained, "These Yin soldiers are not something that just anyone can see. It is said that those who encounter them, no matter how strong their bodies are, will fall seriously ill because of the impact of Yin energy. And those who are unlucky will probably die in less than a year." "That's so scary." Smith and the rest were so scared that their voices changed. However, they stared at Lin Ling with admiration in their eyes. That was because they saw that Lin Ling was not afraid at all. He even walked into the ancient gate. It was as if he had entered the 9 Serenities hell. Rumble. The mighty ghost soldiers gradually disappeared into the distance. The ground was covered with thin clouds, and the giant gate began to close slowly. Mr. Tang and the rest did not dare to move at all. They did not dare to enter the gate at all. From their point of view, the gate was not a place where living people could enter. "Mr. Lin has entered hell. Will he be all right?" After a moment of silence, Alice asked nervously. Unfortunately, no one could answer her. However, they would never have guessed that the man who had entered the gate was a god who had destroyed hell and returned from the largest underworld. There was no place he didn't dare to go, even if it was up to heaven or down to hell. At that moment, inside the gate, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and a smile appeared on his face. He stared ahead and saw that there was an endless abyss in front of him. There were clouds and mist floating in the air. It was mysterious and unpredictable. However, in the center of the abyss, there were 2 huge stone tablets floating there. They were emitting mysterious energy waves. That was the square prison, the prison that imprisoned the gods and demons of that era. There were 2 of them. Chapter 5276. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, 2. Although Lin Ling had guessed it, he was still shocked. He never thought that the last square prison would be hidden here. Moreover, the purple-robed woman defeated him not long ago because she had 2 square prisons. Now Lin Ling also had 2 square prisons. He was not afraid of her. "Come back." Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Ling began to communicate with the square prison. In the sky, 2 square prisons hovered together, slowly rotating and emitting a mysterious aura. Lin Ling communicated with them. In the beginning, the square prison was blocked by a mysterious force. This force seemed to be coming from another square prison. However, Lin Ling was the former owner of the square prison. His soul power gradually approached one of the square prisons. At the same time, in the square prison, Guang Qingzi and the rest also noticed Lin Ling. They all activated their power to help Lin Ling bring the square prison back. Of course, the power they activated was very weak. After all, they were all prisoners under the jurisdiction of the prison's universal law. Otherwise, they would have left the square prison long ago. This meant that it would take a certain amount of time to retrieve the square prison. Lin Ling was not in a hurry. He sat down cross-legged and slowly controlled the square prison. At this moment, outside the gate, Mr. Tang and the rest were still looking at the giant gate nervously. "What do you think?" "Mr. Lin," Alice suddenly said. "He will be fine. It's not like you haven't seen what he can do." Mr. Tang reprimanded. "I know that Mr. Lin is a Superman. However, this giant gate is the gate of hell. There is hell inside." Alice still felt that Lin Ling could not fight against the giant gate. "You don't know Lin Ling's strength. He is a cultivator of Kunlun Mountain. He once broke an avalanche with a punch. An avalanche is an earth-shattering natural barrier." Mr. Goose suddenly said. Alice and Smith's expressions changed a little. "Also, do you think that you are powerful just because you have submachine guns? Let me tell you, Mr. Lin is not even afraid of bullets." Mr. Tang also said. At this moment, Alice and the others were even more shocked. The strange people in Wuxia were really amazing. "Someone's coming." But at this time, a foreigner next to him whispered. Everyone was silent. Among the rocks in front of them, a large number of figures were slowly walking over. These people were all wearing the same long robes, dressed like ancient people. Their expressions were calm, as if they wouldn't be alarmed even if the sky collapsed. A lot of people have come here in the past few years. It seems that the secret of Wuxia has also spread out. A man with a long beard and a sage-like demeanor said, "Sect leader, those who came are just small fries. There's no need to worry about them. After more people die, they won't dare to come again." That's right. Previously, when he held a rocket launcher in his hand, he thought that he was amazing. He didn't know that the sect leader wasn't even afraid of rocket launchers. It's not just rocket launchers. In my opinion, even missiles can't hurt the sect leader. The title of the #1 person in China is not just for show. The people around him flattered him. The green-robed man smiled faintly. Although he knew that they were flattering him, he still enjoyed it. "You guys come out." They suddenly stopped and looked at Mr. Tang and the others. Obviously, they had discovered Mr. Tang and the others. "With your abilities, do you think you can escape from the eyes of the Green Mountain Immortal?" Seeing that Mr. Tang and the others didn't move, another old man said indifferently. The expressions of Mr. Tang and the others changed drastically, and they had no choice but to walk out. Alice, Smith, and the others pointed their guns at these Taoists cautiously, but they didn't dare to act rashly. "How dare you?" An old man shouted angrily. "Our sect leader doesn't like people pointing guns at him. Put down your guns." "Seniors, in this place, guns are our weapons for self-protection. We don't want to disrespect you. We're just protecting ourselves," Mr. Gu said immediately, his attitude extremely respectful. "You still have a reason." The old man frowned and was about to attack. "3 cauldrons, forget it." The green-robed man suddenly interrupted the old man and said indifferently, "Your methods are quite impressive. You were actually able to avoid our surveillance and enter this place. You have to know that there were a few groups of people who entered this place like you, but they all died halfway in the end. You guys killed them." The expressions of Alice and the others changed drastically. They had already found it strange. They clearly saw a few groups of people coming in, but they didn't see anyone at the end. "Do you really think you outsiders can touch the secrets of Wuxia?" The green-robed man said disdainfully, "Fine. Since you can come here, and there are 2 Wuxia people among you, I'll let you go." "Sect leader." The others were shocked. After all, this was the first time the sect leader let people go. This was a forbidden area. Only their sect could come close, and the others would be killed without mercy. We can't leave yet. However, Mr. Goose suddenly refused. How dare you? The Taoists were in disbelief. They gave them a chance to escape, but they didn't? Do you know who you're facing? This is the Green Mountain Immortal, the #1 person in Wuxia. He gave you a chance to leave, but you didn't. It seems that you don't know what kind of person you're rejecting. The old man said angrily, our Green Mountain Immortal is not only an immortal, but also an important figure who has witnessed the changes of several dynasties. His lifespan is now 500 years old. What? Alice and the others were shocked. 500 years old? This person looked like he was only in his 40s. Moreover, 500 years ago, Wuxia hadn't been reformed and opened up yet. This must be a lie. You still don't want to leave? If so, don't blame me for being rude. Seeing the disbelief on Alice and the others' faces, the Green Mountain Immortal frowned. He seemed to be unhappy. What kind of existence was he? He was an immortal, a god. Today, he showed mercy, but these mortals didn't know what was good for them. They were indeed stupid and ignorant. They didn't know how powerful a cultivator could be. I'm sorry, we really can't leave yet. Mr. Gu was already in awe. However, when they thought of Lin Ling, they couldn't bear to leave. Now that Lin Ling's whereabouts were unknown, they couldn't leave Lin Ling behind. We're not leaving. Alice and the others saw Mr. G's intention and raised their guns again. Ignorant. The Green Mountain Immortal was really angry. He waved one hand and a powerful force attacked. Put, put, put. The guns in Alice and the others' hands were all broken and dismembered. The bullets and parts all fell to the ground. This caused Alice and the others to be stunned as well. Mr. Gu and the others' eyes widened. What kind of method was this? Everyone's understanding was turned upside down. Ha! Seeing Mr. Gu and the others' dumbfounded expressions, everyone laughed proudly. The Green Mountain Immortal was the #1 person in Wuxia. No, he should be the #1 god in Wuxia. These mere mortals didn't know how powerful he was. Chapter 5277. It was the perfect supreme being. Do you think you're invincible just because you have a gun? Let me tell you, ignorant ants, even if you have rocket launchers or missiles, you can't hurt my immortal. The old man said contemptuously after laughing. The immortal of Green Mountain put his hands behind his back with an unfathomable smile on his face. In his opinion, these mortals would be shocked after witnessing his skills and would definitely kneel down before him. However, after a while, he saw that Mr. Gu and the others were so scared that their faces turned pale, but they didn't kneel down. They didn't even shout that he was a living immortal. Something's not right. After all, ordinary people would lose their will to resist after witnessing his skills, leaving only their faith and worship. Could it be that they had seen his skills before? That was even more impossible. How could the immortal of Green Mountain not know about the powerful people in Wuxia in the past 500 years? There were indeed powerful people in Hong Kong in the south, but when he went out to train his state of mind, he only needed one move to make that godlike existence bow down before him. There were also fierce tigers in the north, but they also bowed down with one punch. In just 1 month, he had defeated everyone in China, and everyone in the cultivation circle knew about him. Why aren't you leaving? The immortal of Green Mountain said lightly. Senior, we really can't leave. One of our friends has entered the giant gate, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Mr. Gu didn't dare to resist and said bluntly. He didn't expect that these people were also cultivators with skills as powerful as Lin Ling. However, since they were all cultivators in Wuxia, they might know Lin Ling, so he didn't hide it from Lin Ling. What? Someone entered the gate of God? Everyone's expression changed drastically. The immortal of Green Mountain's pupils contracted. He knew that the gate of God hid the most mysterious secrets of Wuxia, and it even had the 9 cauldrons of Wuxia. However, he had comprehended it for many years, but he didn't get anything in the end. He couldn't enter the gate. He didn't expect that someone could enter it. Sect Master, the others were also in disbelief. If someone as powerful as the immortal of Green Mountain couldn't enter, how did that person do it? Maybe it's because of some bloodline. The immortal of Green Mountain's eyes lit up. He looked at Mr. Gu and asked, "What does that person look like?" "It's a young man in his 20s. Young man, it seems that it is indeed because of his bloodline. Fine, seeing that his luck is not bad, I might be able to take him as a disciple." The immortal Green Mountain nodded. "Hurry up and thank the enlightened master," the others said enviously. It was a great honor to become the personal disciple of the immortal Green Mountain. Wealth, power, and even martial prowess were incomparable to the immortal Green Mountain. This was a power that transcended the mortal world. "Well, we don't know if he will become an apprentice." Mr. Gu and the others shook their heads. "You're right. Let's go inside and take a look." The immortal Green Mountain didn't pay any more attention to Mr. Gu and the others, striding toward the huge gate. Rumble. Sure enough, when they approached, the giant door released a rumbling sound, releasing dense smoke, and slowly opened. Seeing this, the Green Mountain immortal's face lit up. He had actually tried to comprehend the divine gate for a long time, but to no avail. This was the first time he had seen the giant gate move. "Sect leader!" The others were also excited. "Calm down." The immortal Green Mountain looked much more composed, as if he had seen everything in the world. When the giant gate slowly opened and allowed one person to enter, he stepped in. Seeing this, the others followed him in one after another. "Mr. Gu, you've exposed Mr. Lin. Now that they've all gone in, I'm afraid they'll harm Mr. Lin." After everyone had left, Alice suddenly grumbled. "They're all cultivators, so they should know each other. They won't harm Mr. Lin." Mr. Gu said with a frown, "It's hard to say. What if there are treasures in this giant gate? Who can guarantee that they won't attack?" Alice shook her head. "We've completed many missions for the company, so we're already used to these things. Not to mention strangers, even if they're blood brothers, they'll still think of themselves when in danger." Mr. Gu and Mr. Tang's expressions changed slightly. Moreover, they're also cultivators. Most importantly, they have more people. Mr. Lin is probably no match for them. Mr. Smith said, "But now that they've all gone in, it's not something we can change. I only hope that they can talk nicely." In the end, Mr. Gu sighed. At this moment, after the immortal Green Mountain and the others entered the giant gate, the first thing they saw was the misty weather in front of them. They found themselves on a cliff, and in the misty clouds, 2 stone steels were floating there. "Oh my God, what is this?" The immortal Green Mountain was shocked, and the others were also in awe. In their hearts, the 2 stone steels were like the investiture of the gods in the legends, exuding an inviolable majesty. "Sect leader, I'm afraid this is a treasure of the gods." An old man said nervously, "Such a divine artifact of Wuxia, I guess only the sect leader can touch it." "Look, there's a young man over there." Someone pointed at Lin Ling not far away. However, everyone just glanced at him and ignored him. To them, such a young boy was not as important as the divine artifact in front of them. "This treasure is extremely extraordinary. I don't know how to get it." The immortal Green Mountain was still staring at the square prison. "Sect leader, this treasure belongs to you. According to the rumors, the divine artifact also has to choose its master. If the master is too weak, the divine artifact will definitely reject him. If the master is too powerful, the divine artifact will definitely recognize him as its master. In Wuxia, only the sect leader is qualified." Everyone was looking forward to it. The immortal Green Mountain didn't waste time. He activated his power and enveloped the square prison. His expression was full of majesty, as if Xian had descended. When his power hit the prison, it immediately caused the prison to sway slightly. Oh no! At this moment, Lin Ling had already controlled more than half of the square prison, but a sudden surge of power undoubtedly interfered with him. The square prison that belonged to Lin Ling didn't change much, but there was another one. The other square prison released a powerful force, constantly blocking Lin Ling's summoning and blocking the power of the immortal Green Mountain. Damn it! If it weren't for the critical moment, Lin Ling really wanted to beat up the immortal Green Mountain. After all, with the immortal Green Mountain's power, he couldn't touch the square prison at all. It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. However, because of the immortal Green Mountain's interference, Linling had become more difficult. Where did this group of people who overestimated themselves come from? Why can't I control it? At this moment, the immortal Green Mountain was also frowning. He found that his powerful power was like a stone sinking into the sea. It's impossible. The sect leader's strength is monstrous. How can he not control a mere divine artifact? The others were also frowning. Suddenly, a white-haired old man looked at Linling and said, "Could it be that he's disturbing the sect leader?" As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes lit up. What replaced it was anger. In their eyes, that kid was overestimating himself and seeking death. He was obviously an ant with no hope of obtaining the divine artifact, but he still wanted to touch it. This made it harder for the sect leader to control it. If Linling knew what they were thinking at this moment, he would definitely curse them. Who was the ant?